stabilize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No steroids, no drugs, no surgery. This is the future of medicine, including PRP to attack pain from arthritis. Want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints with these amazing treatments like I did? Then call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. With clinics throughout the Denver area, there's a clinic close to you. Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Regen Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Regen Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Regen Wealth. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Regen Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
If you're looking for quality service, products, and plum crazy deals, think Plum Line Services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Plum Line's leadership and excellence in home services, together with quality brands like Carrier. Serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins, Plum Line and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Service at home, servants at heart. 25 years strong, plumlineservices.com.
Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word we'll treat you right at Done Right. Hi, I'm Todd Cicchini. You know, my dad started making that pledge at the radio when I was no. All my working life, and what we do is not our success simply repeat. And this is the education. I was totally correct. Good service at time. That I know. That's why we've done our best over every month. You bet, Todd. So, folks, if you're ready.
Hey, man. Good. How's everything going?
Join Matt Goolsby for Retire to hear his team in finance, healthcare, estate, and taxes discuss changes to strategic planning and answer listener questions. To make your questions to be answered live on air,
So look at that headset I got on. It's pretty cool, isn't it? It's from my TV days. I resurrected it, but I had to buy a new little module for it. Looks good. See if your headset's good, Brad.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is holding his final news conference at the State Department. He's been closely involved in Gaza ceasefire talks, which appear to have hit a snag. ABC's Jordana Miller is in Jerusalem.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accusing Hamas of reneging on parts of the deal after it was announced Wednesday by the U.S. and others. Hamas denying that, but Israeli negotiators still in Doha trying to resolve the dispute. And until that happens, Netanyahu says he won't won't put the ceasefire deal to a government vote for approval.
More hearings for President-elect Trump's cabinet nominees, all of whom appear to be headed toward confirmation. The American Cancer Society says cancer deaths have gone down in the United States, but women under the age of 65 are now being diagnosed more than men in the same age group. Longtime Milwaukee Brewers Hall of Fame broadcaster Bob Uecker has died. He was 90. A statement from the Brewers says, "We are heartbroken." This is ABC News. Rapper Drake is suing Universal Music, his own music label, over its promotion of Not Like Us, a Kendrick Lamar track, which Drake says includes defamatory accusations.
Drake now suing Universal Music Group, where Kendrick is also his label mate, over Lamar's #1 song. In the lawsuit, Drake alleging that UMG knowingly approved, published, and launched a campaign to create a viral hit out of a rap track, which was intended to convey the specific, unmistakable, and false factual allegation that Drake is a criminal pedophile.
That's ABC's Morgan Norwood. We've all heard that eating too much processed red meat is linked with heart disease, cancer, and type 2 diabetes. Now, new research suggests foods like bacon and hot dogs, if you eat those on a regular basis, it could increase your likelihood of developing dementia. A study published in the journal Neurology among the first to suggest a link between processed meats and cognitive decline. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
As an organ donor, your story doesn't have to end. The good in you can live on. In fact, you could save up to 8 lives with your gifts. Your heart could keep beating. Your kidneys could keep filtering. And your intestines could keep on digesting for others. And that's not all. You can improve the lives of 50 more people as an eye and tissue donor, restoring sight and health. And you're not just helping out the person receiving the transplant. You're touching whole families with your life-saving gift. Register in minutes. Just go to organdonor.gov. You'll be happy you did. And just maybe, someone else will be happy too. Sign up today. Go to organdonor.gov. It saves lives. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Victims of sexual assault in Colorado are having to wait over a year for the state crime lab to conduct DNA testing. CBI Director Chris Schaefer says the current backlog on testing sex assault kits is over 500 days. He says a combination of staffing issues and having to review 29 years of cases done by former DNA scientist Missy Woods after anomalies were found in her work have led to this backlog.
We totally understand that this is unacceptable. Every one of those cases means something to me. And they mean something to each and every one of those scientists.
Schaefer tells Fox 31 they want to get the backlog down to about 90 days. The number of guns seized by TSA agents at DIA dropped a bit last year. The agency says 166 firearms were discovered during carry-on inspections at Denver International Airport, down from 178 in 2023. DIA ranks 6th among U.S. airports for the number of guns seized. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a delay on 270 right now heading west up to Vasquez. They're calling it a hazard on the roadway. Not sure if that's debris or maybe a car hanging up a lane, but it is tied up back to I-70 on the westbound side. Eastbound's been a little busy there. I-25 south coming into downtown. It looks like from I-70 basically through Spear is sluggish. 225 down the hill from Parker and into the foothills, still seeing delays down Floyd Hill, all due to an earlier crash at US 6. Just hasn't recovered yet. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help you troubleshoot the likely cause of your pesky check engine light for free and help you save time and money down the road. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Selling your home has never been more competitive. Put Frank Duran, the real estate man, to work for you.
I will share with you how we give your home
Testing.
a true winning
1,
edge
2,
over your
3, 4.
competition.
Call Frank Duran for a free market analysis of your home and more.
You will also discover exactly how I consistently net my clients more money than the market average. There's a good reason why my team and I are trusted by so many people.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it.
Do you Twitter?
Follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW. Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win.
Hey, welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. Thanks for being here, everyone. And we love taking your phone calls, talking about problems. We really do, but we like solving them. And then I like making comments of the day. Today I have Brad O'Brien with me from OLS, or O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com. And Brad does real estate law, which is really, God, it is, I think, it used to be real estate really was like, okay, once or twice in a lifetime, you buy a house. I mean, it's so ubiquitous right now, not just with, of course, owning a home, buying property, but also being a landlord, being a tenant, and, so many things in between. Eminent domain by a state or municipality. Adverse possession by a neighbor saying, this is my swath of land. Other people saying, you're encroaching on my property or whatever. So many issues in a day. Title insurance? Could be. Brad, rather than me trying to speculate, you're on. What are some of the main issues these days, brother?
Well, I help people with buying and selling residential and commercial real estate and any kind of dispute involving real estate. So it runs the gambit from evictions to mechanics liens to just anything that can come up with owning or using real estate.
Now, lately though,
what's the number one call, Brad?
The number one call, Brad, if you had to pick one.
By volume, I would say probably landlord-tenant, both residential and commercial.
Okay. And tell me about the challenges landlords face right now.
Well, on the residential side, the laws have really changed in the last couple of years in a pro-tenant way, and it's made it very expensive, frankly, for the smaller landlord because they're going to be going to court more often. They're going to be in court longer if there's an eviction situation, and it's just more expensive. There's more overhead for being a landlord.
Yeah, I mean, you have to know your way around, and there's almost what I call a forever lease provision.
Yeah, the landlord-tenant laws in Colorado are very strictly construed in favor of the tenants and against the landlords. So
years ago, it was just the opposite. I mean, tenants had no rights. When I first came to Colorado, I would tell people, you don't have any rights, not even for habitability. That all changed.
Mm-hmm. So if a landlord makes a mistake by charging a late fee that's more than what the law allows, or tries to do an eviction without following all the steps exactly, that could be a defect that causes them to start over or have to pay a fine.
Okay, now, when it comes to this forever lease, what I mean by that is you have to have a just cause to end it. Is that correct?
Right. The law recently changed where someone who's been in a rental for longer than a year has the right to have their lease renewed when it comes up for renewal, unless the landlord has one of a few stated reasons for not renewing, and those are the exceptions.
Now, I heard this, Brad. I don't know if it's true. I heard that landlords are making leases 360 days. Now, you know what's the ploy there? You can read into that.
Yeah, because the way this new statute was drafted in 2024, as soon as a tenant has been in a rental for a year, then they have this right that kicks in that allows them, it gives them the right to have a renewal of their lease. So, but if they've been there for less than a year, so that's why some landlords are writing leases just short of a year, maybe 11 months or a day short of a year. Then they don't have that. The tenants don't have that right yet.
Then they can write it for another 360-day period or whatever.
Well, no, but once they get into
then it's more than a year.
If they're at the 1 year mark, then the tenants do have that right to have their lease renewed.
Oh, even if it's a new lease for 360 days, because cumulatively it's been more than a year.
Right.
Okay, got it. All right, well, that's interesting. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm going to go to the phones right now. And we'll talk to Craig. And Mark's on the phone. We started this yesterday, Craig. It's just very frustrating. We can't seem to shake a response. You dropped off your vehicle, a Rapo Kia, on October 16th, needed a tranny. It wasn't going into fourth gear. They put in a tranny. Then you had a problem going into first gear. And you said that you never needed the tranny, but it turns out you probably did. They put in a new PCM. You had to pay $1,500 for that. What's the bottom line here? What are you looking for right now? You just want your truck back. What is going on right now?
Well, it's my car, Kia Forte. They put in one transmission, a rebuilt transmission. Then that didn't fix it. It was stuck in fourth gear. Once they put that in, it was stuck in first gear. And then, that was in the first 2 weeks that the car was there.
Right.
And all of a sudden...
Then they put in... Let's just get to the point where... Did they put in the PCM?
Right. So they finally put in a used PCM, and then they put in a new PCM, and that didn't work, and that's why they put in the second transmission. Then they said, it also needs a new PCM. And so that's where we're at. And they forgot to put in the skid plate. And anyways, they finished that up. So they finished it up Tuesday.
Okay, so what's the issue now?
And, well, the thing is the big picture is it's not just my car being in the shop, but what I've had to go through in 3 months.
Do you have your vehicle back?
No, I need to go pick it up. I want to talk to you first. So
what do you want now?
And
what do you want now? We get right to the point. What do you want now? I mean, are they charging you for? Was this under warranty?
No. No, but
so what do you
he's
want?
frustrated. They were inept to fix it over a 3-month period.
Right. So it's a frustration.
Right.
Okay, but I'm going to ask the same question.
I lost over 20.
What do you want?
Well, I've lost over $20,000 in pay because of this, because of them being incompetent.
Okay. How much did you pay for all the repairs?
The total right now is $4,500 minus the $1,500 that I've already paid. So I owe them $3,006.
But the whole bill was $4,500.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to give you some straight upfront news based on 45 years of experience. You're not going to get consequential damages from them. You're just not. Now they can do a goodwill to something or other, but Mark, tell it like it is, Mark. What do you think?
Well, he needs to. I've left so many messages with that service manager now. It's crazy. So when he goes down there, before you pay, you got to talk to the service manager. The only real issue I see that he might I don't want to say a leg to stand on, because I actually agree with the guy. I can't believe one of Deal and Doug's stores did him this way. But the bottom line is, I don't understand why he's paying for the ECM or PCM, whichever it's called. That part drives me insane. It didn't do anything. They put a bad one in, put the ECM in thinking it's that. That didn't do anything. They replaced the transmission. Vehicle works fine now. Evidently, it was a transmission. I mean, unless they're going to argue it needed both, but that seems kind of strange, but it's possible. I think you have a conversation.
How much of the repair cost?
What's that?
How much of the repair cost is the PCM?
1,000.
1,500.
Okay. So I kind of see where you're going. Would you be satisfied if they did not charge for the PCM?
Well, that'd be great.
Okay.
Mark
has called them. Mark, they don't call back.
You know what? I'm gonna make another call on break. I'm gonna see if I can't get with the general manager. You know, I got the service manager's name from somebody inside the organization that said the guy was a decent guy, but when he doesn't call back after all these things, I got to disagree with our friend. So I'm going to try to reach out to the GM over there. So I'll do that on break.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
A couple things. Okay. A couple things I want to mention. I'm taking emails from people with all kinds of questions about their house, specifically their mechanical, their HVAC, their water heaters, their everything like that, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric drains. Let me tell you why. Because from time to time, people call with simple questions and they don't want to hang on the phone. And they just have simple questions. And we will answer them, okay? We'll answer every one of them. And I'll even text you back. Now, you can text me any questions to do with your home, any questions, at 747-999-5280. Now, as you know, that's my personal text, and I put these things away. 747-999-5280. Okay? Think of an airplane, 747, that I love. 999, as close as perfection you can get, and 5280 for the Mile High City. 747-999-5280. Now, listen, in addition to that, any questions, okay, on the house. And we will answer them so you don't have to be on hold or anything for just simple questions. Also, we have a question for Brad O'Brien. I'm going to let him think about it during the break. Keith, what is the question?
Hey, Tom,
Yes.
is there a reset? If you have a tenant in your apartment, is there a reset time? If you move them out at 360 days, could you say, well, you can come back in 6 months or a year, but I'm not going to rent to you until then because I'm going to preserve my property rights?
Okay, hold on. We'll talk about that coming up. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
Super!
Howdy, Colorado. Triple J Armory is making history. We're proud to partner with...
I thought you chose 999 because it was a German saying no, no, no.
6th, swing by our booth.
999 for what?
Firearms, shooting sports, and...
999!
The spirit of the West and connect with fellow enthusiasts. And for our loyal members, we've got a special treat. Stop by and snag your limited edition Triple J Armory sticker while...
Golly, quit doing cocaine.
Armory, your hometown gun store. Take an aim at tradition. Locations in Colorado Springs and...
Well admitted. You're up.
Vesta TurnKey is a system to become a landlord. Now, I want to tell you something. These are not pooled investments. Vesta TurnKey has investors come to him, and then he hooks each investor up with a property in a promising market with high appreciation rates, good rents, and he even has management companies to help you. There are no ongoing fees other than a small management fee. He just helps you buy and helps you sell for normal commissions, or actually even lower commissions than normal. And then he has been getting returns for people from 30 to 80% in 1 to 2 years. I'm telling you, it's a true deal. MyBiggestReturn.com to find out more. I know Barry Miller. I know him, and you can trust him. MyBiggestReturn.com, 303-888-3788. Gravina's has the greatest windows. You know why I say that? Because they have 50 lines of windows. So certainly you're going to find the greatest window for your application. You know, there are product pushers that have 1 or 2. There's nothing wrong with that if they're good, but you may want something less. You may want something more. Gravina's has 50 lines. They have multiple lines of siding and doors, and they're there to please you. These are the original Gravinas I've been dealing with more than 20 years on my referral list. They've been there. The dad, 72, the son took over in 88, and then Nick took over his son, so it's a family tradition. As I say, they are the original Gravinas. 303-472-8462, gravinawindows.com, 950 West Evans, gravinawindows.com. John Fuller, one of the only personal injury attorneys that talks to you up front, literally up front, before you hire him, about all your questions. What's my case worth? Where would you collect? What is there to collect? What are the cold, hard facts? What's the good news, the bad news, whatever. No charge, no obligation. If you do hire him, still no out of pocket. It's on a contingency fee basis. Now, look, I've known John Fuller for so many years now. You can take his advice to the bank. He's a great guy. 303-597-4500. Call him at the first sign of trouble. There's no charge. 303-597-4500. The website for more information is callfuller.com.
Thank you. Get him covered.
I don't know what that means.
It's on hold.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. I'm sorry, what?
What's on your mind, Princess?
I love black to white? Is that what you just said? Okay, sir. I don't know what's going on with the connection. I just can't understand you.
Hey! No. Little bastard.
Oh, hi. Hey, hang on.
She's going to ruin my house.
Wait, rate?
And I'm a believer in declawing. I don't think it's cruel. They're not outside cats. They don't have to defend themselves from the evils.
Doesn't hurt you one bit, does it?
Hmm?
Doesn't hurt you one bit.
Oh, I didn't do it. I said I'm a believer in it. I heard a lot of vets don't even do it anymore.
Do what?
Declawing.
Do what?
Declawing cats.
Oh. Well, I mean, I know people that have declawed their cats, but they're, of course, indoor cats.
Yeah. No,
Is
I
that
know
marked
that.
very
But
low
even
again?
that, there are people saying, oh, it's too,
I heard it's painful as hell. Is that better, Shannon?
No, yeah, definitely better. Do you turn all the knobs down at night when you leave?
No.
Okay.
Hey, Mark, do you need the NX before you leave?
Go ahead. No, I have one here, but if I do want to take that one, I'll take it. But I'm pretty sure Fuller's going to be no issue. So,
okay.
I think I'll probably just throw it in there with the headset, just so I have it.
Good call.
But the extra one you want still, right?
Yeah, if you're not using it, I definitely want it.
Okay.
I mean, if you ever need it again, that's fine. I think I love those NXs. I think they're badass, man. It's just a pain in the ass unwiring the one I have here on my desk
I get it.
and then
So now
bringing
you
it somewhere.
Yeah, and Mark, I put together a little kit, a little package, a little box for it and everything. So we have a hard case with the foam, just a little one.
You guys are the coolest.
We're super cool, bro. I think I'm going to be in line so long for the inauguration. I think we're going to end up getting in line around 5 a.m., dude.
But you will get to see it, right?
Yeah, we got tickets.
Wow.
Can you charge up the NX and take it with you and report live from your seats?
You know he could.
I probably could, but I don't think I could get through security with it. I think if I had a press pass, it would be no problem, but I don't think they're going to let me through with something like that.
You can do Lucy on your cell phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could, but remember, it's MLK Day anyhow. I mean, we're not even live.
Oh, so Boost Mobile.
Hey, guys, are we now
Boost
live
Mobile,
Monday?
love it.
I see what you're saying.
Do we have a best of
No.
Monday?
Best of.
Yep.
It's MLK and inauguration.
Ooh.
K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So this is an interesting question Keith has. So I'm going to bring up Brad O'Brien as well. Keith, go ahead. You brought up a scenario because here's what Brad said originally. If you are there less than a year, if you have a tenant there less than a year, you don't have to give a just cause to end the lease. It's not automatically renewable in absence of a just cause. But once you do renew it, even if it was 360 days and you renew it again for 360, you are going to go over the 1 year and then will be subject to just cause after that. What you're saying is something else. What if you have a 360-day or 62-day lease and then cease the lease, have some kind of a brief respite in between, and then revive the lease? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Just as a way to get around that law and to maintain your personal property rights.
Okay. Brad, what do you think about that perspective?
Well, is that valid? I mean, can you use that loophole, Brad, and do a lease for 362 days?
I don't know how you're going to get a tenant to do it. You're going to ask the tenant after 350 or 360 days to move out for 30 days? Keith?
Well, my point would be, would there be a 6 month, like if you waited 6 months?
I know. That's a good question. Brad, is there a time that they wait and reinstitute a lease so they can claim you haven't been there more than a year?
Well, this new statute does not get into how many days it takes of the tenant being out of there and then coming back to establish a new tenancy. It's really a question of fact of, is there a new and different tenancy from the tenancy that was there for the first year?
And that's not really written into the law.
No, it's a question of fact. You know,
it doesn't say if you move out for 30 days and come back, you start over. It doesn't. But it doesn't say you don't start over either.
Yeah, I think you probably could establish a new tenancy if there was a 30-day break in the middle, if they actually moved out. Now, if they didn't move out, I don't think you're going to find any loopholes to this statute.
What if you had the husband and wife team, and the first 360 is the husband, and the second 360 is the wife?
That's just a question of fact. That's really, you'd have to convince a judge that it was a new and different tenancy. But, you know, you'd be looking at who was on the lease originally. Was the second spouse there for the first year? You know, was there commonality among the tenants?
Keith?
Now, Tom, I understand that, of course, if you were to move somebody out after a year and say, hey, you can come back in 30 days, I'll write you up a new lease, nobody's going to do that. It's impractical for the tenant, but and probably for the landlord. But I'm just, trying to come up with ways.
No, but wait a minute. If you did do a lease for 362 days or whatever it is, at least when the 30 days comes up to the end of that lease, you could make a decision, right, Brad? If you want to keep these people in your apartment, I mean, is there anything wrong with that?
Well, this new statute requires a 90-day notice prior to not renewing someone. Well, actually, that.
Okay, that's fine. Then you still have 9 months of dealing with these people.
Hold on, let him clarify. Go ahead.
Actually, the 90 days does not apply to someone in the first year. So, probably if the lease says a decision has to be made 30 days in advance of the end of the first year, you can get that 30-day notice. But once they're into the second year, then there has to be this 90-day notice of non-renewal.
So even if it was 1 year, if you give a 30-day notice, it's not a just cause. You don't have to make it 360 days. Do you?
If you have a just cause, then you give a 90-day notice.
Okay. I'm talking about very first year of tenancy.
Yep.
You're in the 11th month. You let them know you're not renewing. Does it have to be a just cause? They haven't been there a year.
No, because that just cause doesn't apply to a tenant who's been there for less than a year.
So therefore, there's no reason to write the lease less than a year, is there?
Well, yes, because it's this 1 day problem that where the statute is ambiguous, where they don't have the right until that 365th day, but the 1 year lease does get to 365 days. So on
I got it.
The very last day, the right kicks in.
So on the very last day, the right kicks in. Okay. So therefore, if you want at least.
No, Tom, what if?
Go ahead,
Tom. What if you give them that notice, and you say, okay, your lease will end on this day, which would be the 364th day, let's say. just to cut it close, and the tenant says, I can't be out then, and they end up staying that day, are they now grandfathered in and say, you now have to renew my lease, and then I have to go and evict?
That's a good point.
Well, the statute does not get into that question, and there's no case law on this to date.
It's new.
So I would argue that no, proper notice. The tenancy was terminated because a written notice was given ahead of time that it was going to terminate, and it did terminate. So.
Or you could go with Vesta TurnKey and do rentals in a state that isn't crazy.
Yep, that's a very good point. This is, I know Brad's going to think this is silly, but the way that's written, honestly, and I'm not kidding, if it's leap year, is that 366 days?
The statute, I believe, is
That's a
written
good point.
in terms of 1 year, not 365 days. So, a leap year doesn't.
Yeah, so it would be.
Yeah.
It's a calendar year. So if it is a year where February has more days, it would have more days. If it's less, it would be less. So that's
all it's going to do, and I've said this, and I'm not trying to get political, but honestly,
care if you do, Mark.
I don't even know what their goal was.
Go ahead, do whatever you want.
Well, it's going to do. It's going to do nothing but raise prices ultimately. It costs more for landlords. Who would want to own property in a state where you can't terminate a lease? The whole thing of having a lease that's why we agree to something for a year, then it's done. How dare they come in and do something so stupid?
Well, I'll tell you why this came about. There have been a lot of people who have been in a place 5 or 6 or 7 years, not just one, and it's their home. And they're even willing to pay reasonable rent increases and all that. And they just are moved out and because of something, and they feel it's not just. Now, that's just the way. I'm talking about the spirit. I'm not saying it's a good or bad reason. That's the spirit of the law. If you look into the discussion.
Here's the thing, man. Take that person you're talking about. How about if I go, oh, wow, that area in Washington Park or wherever is really coming along. I want to go ahead and put $100,000 into this house and rent it out for triple what I am. I can't even do that.
Well, no, that is one of the exceptions. A major renovation.
Well, apparently there's
a major renovation is an exception. What about raising rents? Because
that's good though.
Now, let's say there's a major fire somewhere in the state or in the city. Or let's say something changed and the housing market is such that rents, you could get way more rent. Are you restricted, like in communist Moscow, are you restricted on what you can raise your rent?
Well, in Colorado, a landlord...
Well, there's gouging rights.
Well, hold on, Mark. Go ahead.
In Colorado, a landlord can raise a residential rental rate once every 12 months on a rolling basis.
But how much?
Well, presumably it's somewhere in the market.
Is there a law that says you can't raise it too much?
Oh, yes. This new statute says that the landlord cannot raise the rent in a punitive way in order to circumvent these protections that have been enacted.
And what is that though? Is there a percentage?
That's a question of fact.
Okay. So what Mark said, it's like an anti-gouging thing.
Well, there's nothing in the statute that
Well,
says...
no, what I'm saying is in Colorado, we have laws. If there's a natural disaster proclaimed, like California, the gouging kicks in.
Mark, I just gave that as an example. But I'm just saying in
general.
Tom,
I'd like to...
Go ahead, man.
Tom, I'd like to add something that also, if you move a tenant out for remodeling, then the law states that you are required to give them first right of refusal to come back.
Oh.
So that's you don't have that. It's not a loophole because you are supposed to give that tenant the first right of refusal to come back, to move back in after the remodeling. Now, if you want to raise the prices, that's one thing, but you still have to give that tenant the first right of refusal. I mean, it's a complete and utter usurpation of homeowner rights and property rights in the state. It's unbelievable. It's so
you know what? People voted for that, dude.
I know. That's what I don't understand is people are too stupid to realize that everything they vote for has consequences, but they don't seem to care because all they care about is what suits me right now.
Well, actually, it's not even that. Well, I've said this before, and I think Mark even agreed with me. It is incredible the amount of pain, now I'm not talking about benefit, the amount of pain that someone will endure to be politically correct. It's almost like they're willing to endure it just because they won. I mean that.
Yeah, but it does get to a point, and I'll give you an idea of Denver, in my opinion. Denver is really getting to that point quick. You realize we had another stabbing last night around Larimer?
Mark, you mean the point where the pendulum will swing the other way?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We got to take a break. I'm Tom Martino. All of your
hold on real quick. It could be, for some people, it might be economics. For some people, it might be crime. When you live in a neighborhood where randoms are walking around stabbing people, that's an issue.
Mark is saying, and I know what he's saying, there are triggers that will jolt you out of your current political standing if you hurt enough. There are. I say, yeah, there are, but they have to be major because look at the pain that Californians endure for their I'm just going to say for their progressive government.
Yeah, but this fire is going to wake them up. You think Newsom's going to get reelected after this? How about that mayor? I'll be shocked if she's not tossed out on her ass.
Okay, we got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino. Now, this hour brought to you by waterpros.net. I can't say enough about healthy water. You know, look, I try to stay healthy. Water is so important, especially drinking water, reverse osmosis. You will never get for less, never, than waterpros.net. At the kitchen sink, triple filter, reverse osmosis, or you can get a whole house system. I want you to look into them. You know, for $1,100, you get reverse osmosis drinking water. Do you know plumbers charge $6-8 grand for this? Whole house plumbing. Again, you can get chemical protection. You can get softening, conditioning. 303-862-5554. Waterpros.net.
Yep.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe.
Always does. Even though
latest
people don't
problem
know
on
that.
I-76 westbound, right at about Lowe. This is just west of Federal. Got a crash in there that's starting to back up traffic quite a bit. 270 looks better. They removed a hazard near Vasquez. Both directions a little sluggish. You have some volume that's a little heavy. I-70, it looks like from about Peoria or so over to Havana, and then stock show traffic there around Brighton. Still heading down Floyd Hill, some delays. Earlier crash at US 6, it's clear, but it's still jamming coming down the hill and into the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Download the Lowe's app to get their home improvement playbook in your hands so you can get their team's expertise anytime.
All right, you know what? Genesis Total Exteriors has been with me for many, many years. Roofing, gutters, fascia, siding, doors, windows, decks, painting, even interior doors, changing them out, bathrooms, kitchens, basements, changing your railings from wood to metal. Hey, he does it all, even mold detection and remediation. I want you to call Genesis. They're a home improvement company you can trust, and I know him personally. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Please don't take chances on Facebook Marketplace and Nextdoor and all these places. I know each and every one of my sponsors. 303-679-8509.
Be nice.
Hey, Mark. So, I'm going to tell you something. I tend to skew conservative, but not in a way you might think. I tend to skew conservative. Just leave us alone, let people choices. And that means some of the conservative politicians, I don't want fucking messing with somebody. I don't want people messing with people's lives and preferences and choices. Let them live. What the fuck harm is it? Let them live their lives. Who cares who they love and who they want and who this and who that? Who cares? And then at the same time, I don't want them telling me that
I'm ruining the planet because of this or of that, and preaching to me. I think we should all be good stewards of the environment. We have instituted some things that truly, in the climate emergencies and change, that aren't going to really do much, that are wiped out in one puff of a volcano. It's just, some things really work. We should have sensible water and air and good stewards, but at the same time, we're not going to change the climate. We're just not. But that's, that, I'm not saying that we contribute to it on purpose, but I just think...
What in the hell?
And I think there's a lack of reason. The farther you get to the right and the farther you get to the left, there's just lack of reason. As far as personal rights, preferences, and all that, I don't want anybody to touch. I just leave people alone. As far as that goes. And freedom of speech, I can discern if something is hateful and I want to hate it, and if some people are crackpots and nuts. I really do. I want to help people or just leave them. Because I think in helping them, it's hurting. So,
yeah, I guess it's an election year. That's, yeah. I mean, I've been with your show for several years now. So, but it hasn't been this political, I guess, until this moment here.
And I truly, Brett, I mean, I swear to God, when people talk to me, they'll say, "Oh, you're liberal, oh, you're conservative." Well, I think I am what I am. I mean, I just go with what are we talking about? Is it good for people or isn't it? In my opinion, I mean.
Hello. Oh, I hear you.
I don't have a dog in it. Just don't weigh in on it.
You broke it.
I'm sorry, so, here's what I think. I think conservatives pick
That Chopper says, hey, there's been stabbings there forever, no big deal. Until it's you. Hellcat says The Purge. How about Biden's speech? That was something, wasn't it?
Hey, gotta watch out for all these rich people.
Can't stand them billionaires.
Like George Soros and Bill Gates and
exactly.
And before they got nervous and turned, Zuckerberg and Bezos
and the whole Twitter fucks.
Oh my gosh.
Twitter was the worst up until he bought it.
With that effing hippie with the long hair, Jack, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Hey,
Jack
who's
off.
your insurance guy named John?
All right, I think I closed everything.
Named John?
John, is there like John Jr., John Sr., John?
Oh, yeah, John, yeah, Integra Insurance.
He's hoping to get Brad's phone number, but we're running out of time here, and Kelly's away. Well, hang on, I'll just have him.
Who needs a phone number?
John Sr. is on 6 looking for Brad's phone number. Isn't it Brad that's at the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's right there on the 720-370-7388.
She's on it for a change. Here we go.
It is within the realm of possibility.
Our radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Real estate's a big topic. It's a hot topic. Brad O'Brien, we have Vesta TurnKey I talk about. Now, I'm not trying to get you to do anything except weigh in on issues. It's not a pooled investment. By the way, the reason I say that is, since I've had, and I opened my financial advisory firm, you can't do pooled investments without calling it a security, and you have to have all kinds of disclosures and safety measures and all that. But when you do what Vesta is doing, and I'm not saying they're doing it to get around securities, I'm just saying that it's not a security, period, just like an annuity is not a security, a fixed indexed annuity that Joe Chiano does. And what Barry Miller does with Vesta is not a security. What he does is he hooks people up with properties, and they own the property. They have a loan on the property. They have money in the property. He finds markets where he finds good. His research shows people where there's good appreciation. It shows them where there's good rents. And then he tells them when to sell, and he counsels them. So he makes his money on commissions going in and coming out, but you're not even obligated to use them. But he hopes you do. And usually they do. And then he hooks up a management company. And he doesn't overcharge or mark up the management services. You work directly with these top-notch management companies. And then he even has a service, I think it's an extra $200 a year or something, where they take all of your daily phone calls, and if there are any, and make decisions for you and help you make decisions. Now, being a landlord, he says, it's being a landlord without the conventional hassles and risks. Overall, what do you? I'm not asking for endorsement. I'm asking like as a model. What do you think? I mean, have you ever heard me advertise that? What do you think of that concept?
Well, I think a lot of landlords at some point, especially smaller landlords, do want to get out of the business and out of the day-to-day management. They don't want to be fixing toilets or even hiring people to fix toilets,
especially outside of the state markets.
Yeah. So some landlords would like a way to stay in the real estate investment game but let somebody else do the daily work. And so that means hiring, so either buying a small piece of a real estate investment or hiring a property management company to manage for them.
Yeah. So I like the concept personally. I do. Tom,
I like it too.
Yeah, I do. And I know
Tom, I really like it.
Yeah. And I've talked to Bo about investing in general, Bo and I, and it's a good system. Now, some people don't want to come up with a minimum. I think it's around 65 grand. So I've been putting together in my, I'm putting together through my investment company, my financial management company, or my advisement company, smaller LLCs that will be probably a security. We have to do it in a certain way where people are chipping in. And so instead of one person owning one property, we have a small LLC that owns each property for people who want to do that, but they don't want to take out the big chunk. They just want to be part of one. Of course, you're not going to make as much as if you did it all by yourself, but you don't have as much risk either. But the concept, I think, is brilliant. I think it's brilliant, and I do. Now, I think fixed indexed annuities have a place. I even think, by the way, variable annuities have a place. That's what I love about all of the knowledge and the education I've gotten in the financial world, because I used to think variable annuities are evil. Then I looked into them. Now, I'm not, by the way, telling you to go out and get one. I'm not telling you that. But what I like about them is you get to invest in a pool of money that earns tax-free. It's tax-deferred, actually, when you start. But you get to play with this fund, and it's variable. You make what you make. You lose what you lose. There are some protections you can put in for the floor and for the ceiling, but you can just have a little pot of money that you invest, and it grows tax-deferred. No reporting every year on what you made. And then when you start drawing it, you turn it into a regular annuity. Again, I'm not saying it's the best thing. Then there's the fixed indexed annuity, where it's a guarantee growth. You don't get the growth of the market, but you don't get the losses either. You get a sustained growth. And the missed opportunity the only risk to a fixed indexed annuity is the lack of upside. If you're doing better on your own or in a portfolio, you may not want to rest it right away. That's why some people do the regular investing through their lives, and as they get toward retirement, they take a lump sum and do an annuity immediately. So there's all different ways to do stuff like that. Catherine, what is your question?
I am an owner of a condo in Westminster, and recently there has been a complaint made against me. And so I found out from the HOA manager, and I asked him to be able to see it, but he says that this is not his to share. And at the same time, he is making references about something about me being loud and not cooperating with the police. So it's
You hold on, and we'll come right back to you.
I want to know.
You hang on, Catherine. We're going to come right back to you, I promise. 303-713-8255. DenverRegen.com if you're looking for stem cell therapy or hair rejuvenation. DenverRegen.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast.
Yeah, latest problem on I-76 westbound, right at about Lowe. This is just west of Federal. Got a crash in there that's starting to back up traffic quite a bit. 270 looks better. They removed a hazard near Vasquez. Both directions a little sluggish. You have some volume that's a little heavy. I-70, it looks like from about Peoria or so over to Havana, and then stock show traffic there around Brighton. Still heading down Floyd Hill, some delays. Earlier crash at US 6, it's clear, but it's still jamming coming down the hill and into the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Freshen up your morning with a Wendy's breakfast, like a breakfast Baconator, or a grilled sausage breakfast burrito, or even a honey buddy. Ready for a fresh wake-up call? Gotta be Wendy's. Available at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Howdy, Colorado.
Dang it.
Is making history. We're proud to partner with the iconic National Western Stock Show.
2008. I didn't put the pause in the right spot.
Swing by our booth to check out our expertise in firearms, shooting sports, and safety training. It's a chance to celebrate the spirit of the West and connect with fellow enthusiasts. And for our loyal members, we've got a special treat. Stop by and snag your limited edition Triple J Armory sticker while supplies last. We'll see you there. Triple J Armory, your hometown gun store. Take an aim at tradition. Locations in Colorado Springs and Littleton.
You know, you really don't do better than this when it comes to countertops. TheArtOfGranite.com, The Art of Granite, does all kinds of countertops. The name says granite, of course, but they do all natural stone or man-made materials. And here's where you can't go wrong. You get free materials if you can find enough in the remnant yard, and then they'll fabricate and install it. You pay for that. Or you get them at wholesale, worst case scenario. And then, of course, they tear out and haul away free. They're great people, always have incentives like free kitchen sinks or edge treatments. Check them out because they will give you prices on the phone. That's right. TheArtOfGranite.com, 303-386-5919. 888heating.com, that's the website. I'm also going to give you the number to get the deep clean for $45. And Garrett's pledge to you is, if you need a replacement, they do high efficiency at the best prices anywhere. You'll save 40 to 50% a month on energy bills if you want to switch out. And I do recommend it if you have old systems, even if they're not broken down. If they're old, maybe 15 or 20 years. But for sure, get the deep clean. 888heating.com, 303-770-2776. Do you know? How much time do I have? Bro.
3.5.
Thanks.
Is that what you needed to know? Bro? Okay, now they can hear you, Kelly. Where are you staying in what?
DC. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Kelly.
Where are you staying in DC?
I got a friend that lives there at his place.
The Watergate?
No. It's a friend's house. You made me think of something else, though. I almost booked a nice hotel down there, but I was like, fuck it, I'd rather stay with my buddy.
You could have stayed at the Trump Hotel.
That would be pretty cool.
I bet all
I have come to love one hotel more than any other hotel.
Huh.
Uh-oh. It's got to be in Vegas.
No, they're all over. Well, I won't say all over, but they're in different places.
What is it, Mark?
I don't know. I feel stupid saying it, so.
Is it, that kinky motel down on Colfax? What?
Yeah, it's
Econo Lodge.
It's the Days Inn or the Econo Lodge. No, I feel pompous saying it, but man, I'm to the point in my life where I hate shitty hotels. I fucking can't stand them.
Okay.
You couldn't get a hotel in Washington, D.C. anyway, Mark.
Free breakfast?
Yeah, that's true. They might run a background.
Mark, do you have what kind of place you staying at?
A friend of mine, he's got a beautiful townhome, actually.
Oh, really? You know someone who lives there?
Yeah, he lives there. He's like top secret. I don't even know what Telly does, but he's the one that got us the tickets.
Did I ever meet him?
I'm sure you met him either at Miles or Addie's graduation, maybe briefly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mark, do they charge for the tickets or are they free?
They're free, but it's like basically like a lottery, but worse. So
Now, you're lucky to go. I think it's a great thing. I wish I could go.
yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to it. His rally was insane, man, at the Gaylord. Absolutely insane. Isn't it wild this falls on Martin Luther King, too, though? It's crazy.
A little bit.
And Michelle Obama's not attending. She's breaking a long tradition of former first ladies.
Yeah, what has she got going?
I don't know. You know, I don't think she was at Jimmy Carter's funeral.
No, she wasn't.
There wasn't enough men's rooms.
There was no tampons in the men's room.
I wonder if she's fighting with her husband.
I think it's funny how first ladies, I'm getting a little sick of all of them. It's like they chime in on politics and everything. And I don't mean just women. If there was a woman president, the husband chiming in. I think it's crazy. It's like if you hire a plumber and he shows up with his wife and the wife chimes in on what she thinks is going on with the leak. I didn't vote for her.
Right.
And Michelle was really, she talked a lot. And Jill talked a lot.
Here you
go. Talk Station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Catherine, she said there was a complaint lodged against her at the HOA. Did they say it was from another tenant? Or another resident?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And they didn't say
It
what it
was
was about.
another
It
tenant.
was
It
about
was
being.
the-
Did they tell you what the complaint was?
They told me that I am supposed to reduce my level of noise and stop becoming a nuisance to my neighbors.
Oh.
Do you think you make noise?
That's what the... I don't think so. Like, I talk with all of my neighbors except for the ones upstairs. And I used to talk with them as well until some changes have happened. But after the complaint, I talked to my neighbor through the wall, and I was like, hey, here's what happened. If you hear anything from my apartment, please let me know. Because, like, if you hear it through the wall, and if I just turn it down, then definitely somebody above me through the floor will not hear anything.
Let me ask you
my
a couple
problem
things.
is that...
Let me ask you, I want to hear your problem.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What did you say your problem is? What?
So I would like to know exactly what was written in the complaint, because when I asked the HOA manager,
And you want to know that so you can address it.
Exactly. I want to know because he mentioned something about me not cooperating with the police, and it's
Have
like,
you ever
oh my
talked?
God.
Hold
What?
on. We'll
Yes.
come right back
What?
to you and more calls coming up.
Awesome. Well done.
What are the?
We should be able to bring some good shit out of this call.
Yeah, but I want to know this. What are her rights, Brad? Do you think of knowing the complaint?
Well,
Zero.
First of all, the declaration, bylaws, and the policies and procedures of the HOA are going to govern the process of how complaints like this
Crazy
are dealt with.
nude? Okay. What?
That's the first place to look. But ultimately, I don't think she has necessarily a right to see the actual complaint as written, but she has she should have a right to know what the facts are, maybe restated by in a different document, what the complaint.
A synopsis of the complaint, Brad. She's entitled to a synopsis of it.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Don't you agree?
I missed that.
Brad, this is Bo. I think she's entitled to a synopsis of the complaint.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Just a summary.
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe she may not have the right to see the actual complaint document, but she ought to be able to know what the facts were as part of the complaint.
Oh, that's awful. There's a new Malibu Barbie, but she's partially melted. Come on. It's not funny.
Well, isn't that
Accurate?
life imitating art?
Oh.
Oh, where's my statue again?
I got a big complaint about Bo.
And what is that?
I'm not going to tell you.
Well, then,
I'm not even going to give you a synopsis.
Well, then you better keep that complaint to yourself.
Property owners that it would impact. Owners of 15 to 100 units. Which, frankly, I don't include all that often.
Why is it anyone
No, I haven't had a chance to look into it. But I think I was vaguely aware of it. But I do handle right of first refusal opportunities. I prepare the notice to give somebody that right window and give them a document that says, here's your deadline to exercise the right. It doesn't expire.
Home invasion.
Have you talked about that American Airlines flight attendant who was just murdered on 16th?
Oh, that's being talked about.
Horrible for tourism, and
they say that that guy was let out on $100. I mean, there's so many things.
I mean, it's crazy, obviously, but it's just a black eye for Denver, you know? People lumping us in with other dangerous cities.
My God, I mean, the whole thing's crazy. It was 2 people dead and then 2 stabbed. Over like a 48-hour period, which is even more nuts. You would think once the first one was killed, they would have done something.
We need a Daniel Penny.
Good point. Who were the guys back in the day that would protect the subway in New York?
Well, they're still there. The
Angels.
Port Authority?
Angels. The what's his name? The Angels. No, get out.
The Martino Marauders.
Yeah.
The fighting morons.
That's a good one. The fighting morons.
Guardian Angels.
You know,
They're
I'm
still
starting
there.
to
That
find-
guy ran for mayor recently.
I'm starting to find next door to be junk. Just junk. What's that?
Computer's frozen up. I'm doing this for a half hour to plug in some power or something. Oh, I don't want to plug the wrong one in.
No, anything. Is that a USB-C? You charge with a USB-C?
Yeah, yeah.
It wouldn't hurt any kind of a transformer. It'll be just a little less or a little more than you're used to. But if it's USB-C, make sure it's USB-C. If it is, it'll be fine.
I just need to jolt it or something.
No, you won't. But if it was a different kind, you would. If USB-Cs are all, whether it's just higher or lower wattage.
Oh, okay.
You're sure that's USB-C? That's fine. That's exactly.
Thank you.
That's just a normal power.
Go get a fire extinguisher.
No, you'll see. It should give an indication of charging, and they even have protections.
Come on.
Is it charging?
Well, it was charged up. I just need to do something. It's restarting. I wanted to restart. Yeah.
Since you got it.
Yeah, it's the first time it's ever happened like this.
But it's not a dead battery.
No. Sometimes plugging it in
Oh, since done this before.
No, never done it. But I think that I just have this vague recollection that changing the power state could get it out of this loop.
Somebody call.
Jeez, I hope. God, you know what? Having something
Hello?
wrong with your phone or your computer is like
It's my business right here.
But do you have?
Hi, Tony.
Of
I
course.
can't get this unit coded. You want me to order a manual for it.
Everything I have is on the cloud.
Oh, for sure. I would just drive. I had to go downtown Denver this morning. I was like, I used to do this every single day. Like people still do this.
Go downtown.
Yeah.
Oh, 'cause he's there.
Yeah, I had to go down to the clerk and report this morning, but I could say it's work pretty close to there.
Is it power?
No. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. I've been doing that. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh. Yeah, COVID really changed. Let people know you can work remote.
Biden
I was
claiming
able
involvement
to
in the
work remotely.
ceasefire negotiations.
Oh yeah, he did that yesterday.
It's like a toddler taking credit for making dinner.
It's, oh my God.
Did you,
And him and Blinken too.
Did you hand Mom a spatula?
I mean,
Oh, yeah. Nope.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. How are you doing? What can we do for you? Let me know. We are here to solve problems and answer questions and take complaints and make your life easier and just fight for truth, justice, and the American way. So Brad O'Brien is with us, and I'll just go right back to that shot. He is with us. He's a real estate attorney, but he knows a lot about HOAs and condominiums and all that. And so, because that's part of real estate, right? So olslaw.com, Brad O'Brien, I'll give out a number later. And Catherine says she had a complaint filed against her for being noisy. She doesn't know specifically what the complaint said, but they said she wasn't cooperating with police and she was noisy. So, Catherine, I want to ask a few questions first, and then Brad does want to weigh in on this, on your rights. So, Catherine, you never, ever encountered the police regarding a complaint for noise, ever?
I did once.
Okay.
About
During that,
a year.
how long
well,
ago?
now, longer
Catherine,
than a year ago.
Catherine, about a year ago. And what was it like? What did they say?
So they came in and they told me I was too noisy. At the time I was. I know that. I had a huge row with my parents and I was listening to music afterwards. I was stressed. I did not realize. So they came in, they told me that. I turned it down. Everything is fine. They left. They were understanding too, like the police was.
Okay.
And
you
so
never,
I thought,
and you
but that
never
was
argued
like over
with them.
a year ago.
You never argued with them.
No.
And
I know I was loud. I did
then
not realize.
Did you hear
Yeah.
anything since then about noise?
Not until this last complaint. And that
Okay.
was from the HOA. I never heard from the police.
Okay. And when did the one come in from the HOA?
So let me just double check. That was in November, end of November last year.
And what has been doing? What is the consequence of this complaint? In other words, what did they say? You're fined? Did they say you're still doing it? I mean, what if you got this complaint in November? Why are you calling me today?
Because there was no consequences, but it worries me. I was trying to figure out how to get the complaint itself.
Okay, so
how
you're,
to look
but,
at
but,
what
but
they
basically,
told
since
the
that,
HOA.
let me get this straight. Since that notice, Nothing else has happened.
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing whatsoever.
Okay,
we
that's
just
good.
exchange a few
Well, that's
emails
good.
with the
That's
HOA
good.
manager, and that's it.
That's good. Okay. I would drop it, but
I worry.
you worry because you don't want to duplicate
But I
it.
worry because no. It worries me that they are talking about the police. It's like I haven't done anything.
Okay.
And this sounds like a serious accusation.
Okay. Well,
and
but
like,
nothing
But
came of
Catherine,
it.
they didn't call the.
Nothing came of it.
Catherine, they didn't call the. They didn't call the police again, Catherine. I would just let it go and make sure you keep your
Brad O'Brien.
radio or music turned
Okay,
down.
let's weigh in with Brad O'Brien, attorney at law.
Okay, yeah.
Hold on, Brad.
Yeah, I think a HOA unit owner is entitled to procedural due process if they're going to be facing a fine by the HOA. But so that would include a notice of violation in writing, and also to know the facts of the complaint that was made against them. I don't believe that the Kiowa, the HOA statute, gives you the right to see the actual complaint that the other person made, but I think you should be able to know the facts of that complaint.
Okay. Even now, with just a
I
notice.
read.
No, not now.
I read.
There's no controversy right now.
There's no controversy. So, but unless they were taking action on it, then you could know the details. But the details wouldn't be who did it. The details would be, the details might have a few dates and specifics. But right now, because it was simply a notice, Catherine, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, if there's going to be a hearing on a noise complaint, that's when she would have these discovery rights.
Okay? I mean...
So going for the future.
Yeah.
Going in the future, if I have another complaint, what are my rights? Like, where can I go if the HOA manager tells me that he is not going to give me any details about the complaint? Where can I go to get that from?
But if the manager's not doing anything about it, what's the difference?
No. Yes, I know. But if in the future, if something happens, I hope it won't. I will make sure that I'm quiet and everything. But like, I don't know how to defend myself. I waited for so long because I feel powerless. I feel like I don't know where to go. I don't know who to ask about stuff like this. I read the HOA rules and regulations that we have for our condo complex, but it doesn't specify what is the course of action that the owner can take when there is a complaint against them. It does say that I believe it was like 12 days or 15 days to make a response. But that window has passed already. But I would like to know in the future, if there is a complaint against me or any of my friends who own or anything, what can we do? Where can we find out about the specifics? And is
that's
it
going to
only
be governed.
But if it's
that we get fined?
If it's just a complaint, I still don't understand. If they're not trying to take any action, who cares if someone complains?
Yeah.
I think we should
Because I worry that they will take an action in the future.
But they did not.
You know,
And when-
Catherine,
at
you want
such
me to
time-
call?
At such time that they take action is when you can ask for specifics. But you're not going to find out who's doing it.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I think you know what, Catherine, how old are you right now? I'm just curious. How old are you?
I'm 35.
Oh, you're young. Okay. Okay. I think that are people around you older?
Some of them aren't. The neighbors above me who started the whole thing, they're about my age.
Okay, what I'm thinking is there are people sometimes that just lay low and look for problems, you know? And it depends sometimes when if somebody's much younger or, you know, I mean, but sometimes that happens. But I don't get the sense that's happening. You only had one complaint since you've been there.
Yeah, that's true.
So don't worry about it.
No, I
would go
get
about
along with all of my neighbors.
I think you're letting it take up too much real estate right now in your brain. I mean, I really do. If it becomes a habit and these keep coming, if there's a consequence, then
Tom, I heard something that Catherine said that's kind of concerning. She said this letter she got a few months ago.
It was in November.
Gave her 12 days to respond to something.
Was there something that wanted a response?
He said that the HOA manager said that I have 12 days. I had 12 days to respond to the complaints against me.
Well,
so multiple complaints.
No, the complaint.
No, she said complaints just now.
The one that they made.
One.
About the noise.
So there's only been one complaint?
Yeah, there has been one. Yes.
God, I'd say they're too loud. I mean, just do it. Just go say, hey, my neighbors are being too loud.
I've gotten a letter. I got a letter from, or an email from my HOA saying, and there was a little picture in there saying that my green garbage can, the one with the lid on it, can be seen from the street, Now, as you're walking by on the sidewalk, if you stop, literally, there's one spot, a 2 feet area, that if you're in that 2 feet area and you peek behind my gate, the metal gate, you can see the corner of that can. You really can. So I said, I noted and I moved it. Thank you for letting me know. Now, what I would say, Catherine, did you respond to them back then?
No, I wanted to find out first what the complaint
late.
exactly was, and then I would respond.
Well,
yeah.
It's too late now, so
I know, but
I'd let it go.
She knew what the complaint was. It was you're being too loud.
I'd leave it alone.
Leave it alone.
Catherine,
Okay.
I really would. Honest to God, I don't think they're out for you. I don't think they're out to get you. I think, you might have had a period in there where you were noisy and upset. It's done. It's over. Forget it. If you get another complaint, what I would say is this. Here's what I would say. This is the second complaint I've gotten, and I want to cooperate in every way possible. If I could have more specifics, it could help me. Was it music? Was it walking? Was it talking? Just help me get this rectified. People like when you do that. They'll tell you. They'll say, oh, okay. I mean, you know what I'm saying? As opposed to, I demand details. I want to know who. I want to know what. I would just, if you get it again, I promise you, you respond that way. Like, this is the second complaint I've gotten, and I'm curious what I can do to help. If I had details, it would help me rectify the situation. So you're asking for information in a positive way. Was it walking, talking? Was it music? Because one time, years ago, I had a penthouse apartment and, condo over at Landmark during my transition many years ago. And my kids would come and stay with me. And these are rock solid units. But I got a complaint, and they were very specific, running, pounding on the floors. And I knew it. I knew it was when the kids come. So I said, oh, I'm very sorry. It's when my kids are here. I'll make sure I address it. Because they were hardwood floors, and they said it's sometimes better if you have rugs or whatever. But I don't think people are out to get people. I really don't. I think it's few and far between.
Hey.
Yeah. Yeah?
Because it's congruent with this topic, when Suzanne and I first moved here, we were in an apartment called Pebble Creek over in Littleton or Lakewood. I forget which one. And the people above us, the people below us started complaining because we both worked till 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and we would do laundry at night, and they didn't like the washer. They would complain that we were walking around. We were just too loud. Yeah. They literally even called the cops on us a couple times, okay?
Yeah.
So guess what she does?
What?
The woman has a baby. The most colicky child I've ever heard in my life. So I would record her kid screaming all night, and I called the cops on her about 20 times. Oh. And I won the war. She started the battle. I won the war.
Oh, son. That's so big of you. Oh, God. I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
I'm just kidding. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. I can't say enough about these guys. They've been with me for so many years. I've been promoting them. They'll do general inspections of your door. They'll do maintenance 24/7. Like if your spring breaks and you can't get the door open, or you can't get it closed and your house is insecure. But they also do anything about the door, the opener, any part of the opener. They do repairs and adjustments. And they're One Clear Choice Garage Doors. The website, though, is oneclearchoicedoors.com. Gravina.com, 720-370-3987. I'm sorry to wake you up.
Howdy, Colorado. Triple J.
Why? What's going on?
Oh, no,
We're proud to
it was
partner with
only
the
6
iconic
minutes
national.
after I said, never mind.
Oh, I could definitely go back and time it. And don't ever forget that part of the problem is that you have some sort of raging ADD and you can't have any silence in your head for even a split second.
Oh, I know.
So
you're
keep
right.
that in mind.
You're absolutely right.
It's true. 10 away. Stand by, sir.
We'll see you there. Triple J Armory, your hometown gun store. Take an aim at tradition. Locations in Colorado Springs and Littleton.
You know, Gravina's windows, actually the website is singular, GravinaWindows.com, 50 lines of windows. Think about that. I'm serious. 50 different lines of windows. And that's wonderful for you. And multiple lines of siding and doors. And Mark, we love Nick. I mean, he's such a smart guy. I mean,
He's the best, man.
Isn't he weird smart? I mean, there's nothing he doesn't know about this stuff. And he got it from his dad. And he's been working with his dad for years. He took over for his dad. But of course, Larry Gravina is still involved. These are the original Gravinas, 950 West Evans. Mark, how long have they been on the referral list, for goodness sakes? More than 20 years? They're just...
Yeah, we've been talking about Gravina for at least 20.
GravinaWindows.com, 303-472-8462. You know, in this world, to have a company you can trust and the true tradition of the original Gravinas, 950 West Evans, that's what you want. 303-472-8462. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies will help you with a complete retirement plan. Now, it's not just one thing or two things or an IRA or this or that. They help you with everything. They even have referrals for estate planning and other parts of their lives. So I want you to check them out, rpcenter.com. In fact, ask them what they can do for you. Ask them. Ask them not only what they can do for you, but ask them how they do it and how they save you money and what they perform. They're transparent. rpcenter.com. I love the guys. They're family owned and operated. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211. And, you know, they're part of the people that we have as experts in my financial advisement firm. You know, Wave 8 Wealth Management. .com, Wave 8, you can say wave8capital.com or investwithmartino.com. People have been taking me up on my conversations. I said, if you text me, I will arrange to talk to you about your portfolio. Through the years, I've been fortunate to amass money, okay? I'm not bragging. I'm saying that I've made so many mistakes. And I put together a team for me because I don't like the industry of financial advisement. They're not advisors. So if you want to come on this journey with me, I'm now open to the public. I've been doing this, and we have strategies that I'm involved in each and every day. I pledge to you my support, and I pledge to you all of our team's efforts exclusive. We don't have pooled. We do everything individually. So text me if you want to talk. 747-999-5280. Yesterday, I had a dozen people. They call me. We talked, just talked, and I'll let you know everything. 747-999-5280, or just go to investwithmartino.com.
Sorry, I couldn't tell that you were done because that went on so long.
Shut up, you mother. I'm trying to compete with Mark on something, but I don't want to say what. My partners.
That was long, Jack.
My partners are oh, shut up. Okay, I'm sorry.
That was like a novel.
Shut up.
Your computer just breaks.
They might have fallen asleep while you were talking.
Okay, God damn him.
To settle down.
You lost him after the 2-minute 30-second mark.
You son of
We only make fun of you because you're not here to whack us.
He's an asshole.
It sounded like a section of a weekend show.
Okay, I have to take this call right now. Hold on, and I don't know what it is. Hello?
God, hopefully it's the home picking him up.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Someone realized he escaped.
Mr. Martino, how'd you get out?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Oh, it came through my Google. Listen, could you do me a favor and text back, and I'll call you after the show? Okay, bro. Thank you very much. I'll see you. Bye. I didn't realize it actually goes to my cell phone as well, but
Well, yeah. Did you answer a call from a psycho on your Google number?
Yeah, I did. I didn't know it was coming from there.
Oh, for God's sakes. Kelly's all wrapped around the axle about some email. What are they talking about? Some sort of poisoned semen? And
Don't have any clue.
Get him on the air.
Phone's ringing. Hang on.
Get him on the air. If it's poison semen, we want the call.
If you're into brown.
All right, I don't need to take that right now. Okay. I don't believe I gave out my number for that. I'm getting questions for my...
I might give ICE your Google number.
K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Okay, so we are discussing all kinds of stuff, but part of it's real estate, which, I mean, real estate enters into so many areas of law. I want to ask something silly. It's not silly. I'm going to ask it. Real estate was never an area of law that really had a lot of activity, was it? Not really. I mean, not like it does now, because now people don't stay in houses their whole lives anymore. I mean, 3 to 5 years sometimes, 7 years.
Well, landlord-tenant laws.
Well, landlord-tenant, of course, totally different.
We're not a big thing historically, but when you're buying or selling property, or especially buying property, you want to understand that the seller has good title to what they're selling you, and so that's the core thing that a real estate attorney helps you with is reviewing title and making sure you get what you think you're buying.
I think people misunderstand title insurance. And correct me if I'm wrong. Title insurance says, Mr. Customer of ours, we're going to search the property you're buying, and we're going to see if there's anything recorded against the title or any dangers to the title that could encroach upon your ownership or diminish your ownership. If we find them, we are going to list them, and then we're going to ensure that we did an accurate search. So if something comes up that we missed, that is the title insurance. It is not part of the stuff they found. And it is not part of something that was not reported or recorded. Is that correct?
That is correct. Title insurance policies...
Very limited.
Yeah, they don't give you the full history of the title back to patent, when it was owned by the federal government.
Right.
That would be called an abstract.
Right.
Only in some few jurisdictions across the country, like Oklahoma or perhaps an eastern county of Colorado, would you actually still do an abstract of title that shows every single owner in all of its history. Now, title companies just give you that stated history of what's relevant now on the title of a property.
Right.
And if they miss something that causes title to be unmerchantable, so not good title, then that's what they're insuring against.
But only if they did not find it.
Right. If they disclosed it and put it on the exceptions list, then you don't have. Then it's out there. It's disclosed.
Then you say
you have title insurance for.
Yeah, you don't have title insurance for anything they list. Now, here's always been the argument with title insurance. We missed it, but it wasn't there. It wasn't anywhere in cyberspace. It wasn't anywhere. So we're not insuring it.
Yeah, there are title policies have many exceptions.
That's right. And one of them is if it's not of record. And I say, well, I can do a search. In other words, so Brad, what could happen that was not of record that they must insure? I don't think they have to.
Well, for example, a mechanics lien can actually work backwards in time, and a mechanics lien can be recorded after a closing, and it can actually have a retroactive effect to before the closing.
So would that be covered?
Yes, it would.
It really would. So if it wasn't recorded at time of closing, so they didn't list it, they could say, the customer could say, you better insure me. And the title insurance company can't say, well, there was no way for us to know.
Yeah. Some title policies insure against mechanics liens and others don't. And it's important to have an attorney review the title commitment that you're receiving.
Have you seen good and bad commitments?
Yes. Well, I've seen things on an exceptions list of a title policy that you should not accept. But title insurance companies will put those things on the exceptions list that they're not going to insure for. And many buyers just go along with it, but they don't know that they shouldn't accept it.
So let's talk about coming up that retroactivity. But I want to take James first. James, what's going on, James?
Yes.
What's happening, brother?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, James.
Okay, so I'm down here in Colorado Springs, and in May, I was in a traffic accident on I-25. I got a ticket from the State Patrol, and I didn't think I deserved the ticket, so I showed up to court and said, I don't think I'm guilty of that, and he set it for a hearing.
Wait, let me ask you a quick question, bro. A quick question. What was the ticket for?
Following too closely.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, my questions really aren't really related to the traffic ticket, but more to the lawyer that I hired to defend me.
Okay, keep going.
So I showed up to the first hearing, and I pled not guilty, and they set it for a hearing. I show up for the hearing, and the State Patrol is there, and I said, well, I'm going to get a lawyer, so they reset it. And another month and a half later.
So you hired the attorney after you went alone?
Correct. After my first appearance.
Got it. I get it.
I told them I was getting a lawyer.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got a lawyer. I paid the fee. I met with the lawyer for about 20 minutes, and he said, oh, this sounds easy. I'm glad to do it. I paid the fee.
How much?
So it's $3,000.
Okay.
So I paid that.
Why was it so important to you to fight this? I'm just curious.
Well, for a couple things. One, I didn't do what I was alleged to have done. And the State Patrol at the time of the accident told me that he was going to go to the hospital and possibly give the guy that I maintain was the cause of an accident. The State Patrol said he was going to the hospital and might give him a ticket.
Let me ask you something, James. James, I need to ask something. Did that guy in what way did you feel that guy caused the accident?
His hood came up on his Jeep because it wasn't latched on I-25.
Oh.
He slammed on his brakes. The lady behind him slammed on her brakes, and I smacked into the rear of her because I just changed into the right lane.
Oh.
And they were stopped or
James,
stopped.
So that police officer didn't take that into consideration, for God's sakes?
Well, he did, and he even said that our stories matched, meaning the ladies and mine. And my story is that he stopped in the lane, not on the shoulder. She stopped behind him. I hit her, and she hit him. And he was going to after he gave me a ticket, I said, hey, wait, why? I didn't cause the accident. The guys whose hood came up caused the accident. He said, I know. I'm going to go to the hospital.
You're right. You hold on, James. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Hang on. I will come right back. I'm with you every bit. I mean, you're making complete sense to me on that. 888heating.com. High efficiency replacements at the best prices anywhere. Put them to the challenge. 888heating.com, 303-770-2776. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004,
This
1005.
Trippin' Well,
Hit it.
A-House Studios.
1007, 1008. Shut up.
And also, did you know this? You're dealing with almost a second delay on your unit.
Traffic.
Don't even
This
talk
report
to me.
is sponsored.
Do you want to yell? Do you want to yell and you can hear how the delay?
Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You're just doing that on purpose. You're just doing that on purpose. Love me, baby. Love me, baby.
I'm holding down a button and you're hearing yourself back in this.
I wonder how many I can do without being heard. Hold on. Wait. Let me try something.
Wait. Let me try something.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Is it substantial?
Hello.
In furniture, specializing in hand
Crazy. Stand by.
made furniture, custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture in Colorado than at Woodley. Visit woodleys.com today.
RedRocksRS.com for your solar. They sell the solar, they install the solar, they service the solar. They are great people. That's RedRocksRS.com. They can even help you with the tax benefits. They can help you with financing. 303-704-2449. RedRocksRS.com. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes.
What's going on with your buttocks? Oh, exhausted? Yeah,
Mark
same
may
here.
have to take over.
Mark, take over. He's getting a call from somebody. Are you actually there, Mark?
Oh. I'll try to make my... what is the first available you have?
Oh, my God.
Jay Leno was out working the food line for the firefighters. Did you see that?
Who?
Jay Leno.
Oh.
Serving up some meals for the... I can't do Jay. Out there working the food lines for the firefighters. Pretty cool. Mark, are you back? Huh.
Did you turn the heat down?
No.
Just me then.
You might have malaria.
Well, I'm definitely anemic, so that doesn't help. Falling asleep.
When are they voting on these people? Must be tomorrow and Saturday and stuff, right? Because they got to get in there.
I believe it's
Friday, Saturday, even
I
Sunday.
believe everybody's being voted on Monday.
Well, no, what? What?
Yeah.
I thought they'd be in there by then. Okay. Want you happy?
Okay, get this. Where is this?
Where is Bo?
Okay. Hello? Are we back yet?
No, sir.
Okay, good. Is Mark there?
Minute and a half. He hasn't answered us.
Okay. Whew. I'm glad I'm back then. I need to talk to him.
Yeah. Dimitri can take it.
Turn your echo off. Don't piss me off on purpose now.
I don't know how much you know about this stuff, but I can't sit here and create an echo. This isn't the... who was that one guy that used to do echo? Oh, actually, Joe Pags does have an echo effect on his board. Have you heard him do that?
I think so.
You know, when you say that, you sound racist. And he hits the echo, racist. And then, damn it, who was the guy that used to be his own callers? Oh, my God, he was brilliant.
Phil Hendry. Phil Hendry.
That's it, yeah.
The best,
Phil was amazing.
the best radio host ever in the world.
It's crazy he could do that. Carry on a conversation with himself.
His whole
some of the
shtick
best times
was a fake talk show. Fake.
He'd start laughing because he knew what he was about to say
as the
other person.
He was the expert callers. He was the expert or the guest and sometimes callers, but mainly he took real calls from people who could not believe what he was talking about. He did take real calls.
Right. Phil, I can't believe you have this idiot on. Who you calling an idiot? Or what? It was crazy. Crazy how good he was.
You know what? Why didn't he stay on the air? He was the best.
I don't know. I wonder if he had sort of a...
I think he had a voice thing.
Somebody
or a
gave
Michael
him...
Florwax sort of crazy thing.
I'm sorry for blowing my nose in your face.
I don't mind. No, it's better you blow.
Here's what happened. Listen to this. He had, I believe, a shot at a sitcom.
630 KHAL, an iHeartRadio station.
Where's the music?
Where's the music? I demand music. I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. James, now tell me. So, I'd be pissed off at being accused of this. But now, how do we get to the problem about the attorney?
Yeah, so I hired the attorney. He sounded real promising, and I thought, well, this is great. He knows what he's doing. He's going to represent me well, and it seems like an easy case to him. So the date that I was secondly given, he didn't show up because he was in trial. And I told the judge, well, he's in trial, and the State Patrol said, well, you said you were going to have a lawyer. I said, no, I said I was getting a lawyer.
He did not enter a delay or did not ask for a continuance. He just didn't show up?
Correct. And
no.
he did that again.
Wait.
Yes.
But did he see what attorneys usually do? Once they're representing you, they enter a continuance. Isn't that right, Brad? I mean, isn't that up to the attorney? Brad's an attorney. But if you were going to if you have a hearing set and you can't make it, you don't leave it to the client to show up and say, my attorney couldn't make it.
No, an attorney would definitely ask for a continuance.
Okay, so keep going.
Correct. And that's exactly what happened. So I showed up to court, and I told him I was getting an attorney.
You had no idea this guy wasn't going to be there.
Correct. So we set it for a second court date, and that would have been the 18th of November. And sure enough, I'm there, I'm prepared, and I hadn't talked to the attorney. I left him a couple messages that we should get together and talk about it. He never responded, and then he didn't show up for our trial date, which was 18 November. So the judge told me, he said, basically, lawyer or not, pointing his finger at me, you need to be ready next time. And he set it for 16 December. So between 18 November and 16 December, I kind of realized I might not be able to count on the attorney. So I went ahead and paid another $850 to the State Patrol for body cam, dash cam, and all the generated documents. So then the 16th of December, which was a Monday, I get up in the morning, and there's a long text on my phone from my attorney apologizing that he did not make the 18 November court date. And I didn't respond on 16 December, Monday, because I had lots of things to do in my defense preparation. So I show up to court December 16th, and I read the text.
So this guy, let me get this straight, bro. Let me get this straight. I don't care about dates, okay? This man did not show up for any hearing ever.
Well, yes, he did. So the 18
No, I don't want dates. Here's what I want. Hold on. Listen, James, just wait for helping you. the first hearing after you hired him, he did not show up. Is that right?
Correct. And I just pled not guilty. The court set it for 18.
Yeah, but hold on.
November court
I'm
date.
talking,
He
James.
did not show.
James, you said you. Please just wait. Okay, just wait. I know you're anxious. Just wait. You said you pleaded not guilty.
Ready. You pleaded not guilty. Correct.
Please, James, you said you pleaded not guilty and then hired him.
Correct.
Okay, so after you hired him.
No. I hired him and then showed up to my next court date with an attorney hired, and he didn't show up. So at that point, I pled not guilty, and the judge gave it a continuance to 18 November, which is a month later.
Got it. So he didn't show up. That's the second hearing, and he didn't show up then either.
Correct.
And
so
then what about
November,
the third? What about the third hearing?
The third hearing was actually the time after the judge told me I needed to be ready.
Okay.
So between the second and third, I did the work to find out what the State Patrol had as far as body cam and dash cam.
And what did he show up for the third hearing?
Trial, kind of. So again, Monday, I'm ready to go to court with no attorney or an attorney. I just don't know. I haven't heard from him.
Right.
And that was Monday, 16 December.
For the third hearing.
Sunday.
For the third hearing.
Correct.
Okay, then what?
Correct. So the third time I get into court and the judge says, "Where's your attorney?" And again, I shrugged my shoulders and said, "I don't know." So the judge had the State Patrol call my attorney. The attorney answered and said, "I'm sorry, I'm on my way. Do you still need me?" And we're out in the hall, and the State Patrol just needs to go back in and tell the judge that he's on his way. So I'm sitting there waiting for the attorney. The attorney gets there. I show him the documents that I've got that he said he couldn't get because he was asking city police, not the State Patrol, for the documents that we needed. It was a State Patrol issue. So he was looking for the documents in the wrong part. He made a big apology about not showing and not being prepared and blah, blah, blah.
Right. Then what?
So 16, he gets there late. I'm waiting with the last case, and he said, "Well, do you feel comfortable testifying?" I said, "Yeah, that's no problem." So we get up there. The State Patrol presents his case against me. The State Patrol had a witness against me. And I get up there and I answer the questions of the State Patrol.
Now, was this guy in court with
attorney.
you? Was he defending you?
Yes. Yes, he got there late. So the judge had the State Patrol call him and ask him if he was coming. And I didn't know if he was because he hadn't showed up twice before. So I said, "I don't know." So finally, the attorney's on the phone with the State Patrol in the hall, and we decide that the attorney's on his way. So I'm waiting in the hall, and when the attorney gets there, we go over things briefly. We go through the whole trial, and as we met in the hall, he again apologized and said he can get me some of my money back. So we did the whole trial, and luckily the judge seen through the gaps and the lies that were presented, and in the end, the judge dismissed my ticket.
Oh, good.
But I had to go through the stress, the extra expense.
No, I get it.
And the possibility. But
let me explain
he's
something.
not showing. Let's go ahead.
Let me explain something. You did go through a lot of crap, and here's what I think. I'm on your side 100%. But those expenses, those court expenses, would have been paid anyway. You can't charge him for that. That would have been part of your bill on top of legal fees. Okay, it would have been.
No, I didn't get charged any. I didn't get charged any court fees. The fees that I paid were, 1, to the attorney, and 2, to the State Patrol for the disclosure of all the dash cam and video.
Let me reword it, James. Any court costs you paid or did not pay, that's fine. But then any other document fees, like to the state police, you would have had to pay anyway. It's not your attorney's fault. If he had paid them, he would have billed you for them. It's not your attorney's fault. Not that part of it, okay? The fact that you had to do it is BS, okay? That's BS. But now, what I believe is you owe him freaking nothing, and he should refund your retainer, and I think you should go to the Supreme Court Grievance Committee. Do they still call it that, Brad? What do they call it? Fee Dispute Committee with the Bar Association. You absolutely should get your money back, in my opinion.
Bar. Well, and that seems more than reasonable and generous to me. So what I did is I said, yes, I thought about your offer to refund my money, and what I'm willing to do is take half of your $3,000 fee back and half of the $850 that I paid that you should have paid out of the fee. He shouldn't have paid it.
Okay, see, James, we're at a disconnect, okay? Let's just say, for argument's sake, let's say he did represent you adequately and put in the time to earn $3,000. Let's just say that for argument's sake. You would have been billed that $3,000 on your retainer and the $800 for evidence. You would have been billed that. He does not owe that to you. I am all for trying to get your $3,000 back. Did you get your $3,000 back?
No, I told him in a text that yes, I considered it, and of the $3,800 I'm into it, that I would be happy to get $1,900 back. And he has not responded.
I don't understand this. You only want $1,900 back, and he's willing to give you the retainer, the entire retainer back.
Well, he said he was willing, but he has yet to do anything.
Okay, but here's what I don't understand, James. Hold on. I just don't understand.
Sorry about that. Sorry, dude.
Now, impact traffic.
I didn't notice we were at 51.
By Jack in the Box.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good citywide, light volume. A couple of slow spots include, it looks like Pena coming just past Tower as you round the curve there. It's just slightly sluggish, opens up on I-70 through around the Stock Show area. Brighton, Washington area has been slow, and 270 a little busy at, looks like around Vasquez or so. US 6 west of Golden still in a delay mode, and I-70 west down Floyd Hill to US 6. Still jamming some ongoing construction. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Don't like to be told what to eat and when? Introducing the $5 all-day big deal meal at Jack in the Box. No matter the hour, you get to choose from 4 entrees and 5 tasty sides, plus a drink. So, do you get a burger, fry, and ham? At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
ZeroResDenver.com. Listen, now more than ever, concentrating on health with fresh water, with good food, and your environment inside your house. You know, we want clean carpets. You will get clean carpets with ZeroRes. There's something else you don't get. Crap. You don't get any residue. You don't get soaps, chemicals, emulsifiers, meaning your indoor air quality is better, your carpets are cleaner. They take out all the crap from previous cleanings, all the pathogens, allergens, dirt, grime. Safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you, safe for bare feet, safe for your indoor air quality. But more than that, you actually get wonderfully clean carpets. It's the only system you should ever consider. I mean that. ZeroResDenver.com. You tell them Tom told you to call. You will love the look and feel of your carpets and the health. 303-471-5150. 303-471-5150. Hey, 888heating.com says save money each and every month with a high efficiency unit. Now, they're not anxious to replace your system, only if it's older and it's costing you money. Whether it's out or going out or just old, they'll do it. And they say at the best prices anywhere for the high efficiency equipment, and they invite you to put them to the test. Garrett means it. He's been on my referral list 20 years. 888heating.com. 303-770-2776. So he only wanted half of the retainer back and half of the other one. That's what he said. He hasn't done anything. That's what he said. He didn't say refuse. He says nothing. He keeps promising, but I get nothing. This guy, this attorney, The fee dispute committee wouldn't even think about it.
But he's already offering to give it back. So.
But he
There's no
offered,
dispute.
meaning he didn't do it yet.
Yeah, but things don't happen immediately. Attorneys sometimes look at their billing once a month.
I don't know when this.
Probably still in the cards for him to get the refund.
What's that?
It's probably still in the cards for him to get the refund as offered.
How much time when I come back there, Shannon?
Hang on a sec. Let me scroll down and take a peek. Scrolling.
Keep those doggies scrolling.
Oh, Mark's back.
Mark's got a good voice. Hey, Mark. Listen, bro, I got to
Yes.
tell you something. I'm 23rd, totally, all day.
23rd. What day is that?
Thursday.
That's
So
Thursday.
am I.
So I'm out.
Yeah, I'm back Thursday, bro.
I'm out of commission the first hour.
Yep.
On Wednesday and all
Wednesday
and the whole show on Thursday.
Make sure you keep up on the calendar.
I got it, bro. I got it. Should I put on the radio show
I've heard
calendar?
that before, Mr.
Okay, I'm
Martino.
also going to do the radio show calendar saying Tom out. Yeah, that's good.
That's the one I want.
Yeah.
That's the one Suzanne looks at.
Okay, good. You're right about that. Let me just do that too then.
I'm always right.
Shut
for
the
God's
fuck
sake.
up. I'm so. Wait, why am I
God,
not
I
getting
can't-
my radio show calendar? Why am I not?
We took you off of it.
Yep. Blocked.
Okay, you're right. You did. No, I got to find out. Okay, she looks at mine, but I will. Hold on. Radio show calendar.
Sexy.
What? I think you did. By the way, without joking, I don't. I am off it. I'm not. I don't see myself shared on it. The radio show calendar.
Hey, Suzanne, is he on the
All right, Mark's
radio
asking the
show
boss.
calendar, Tom?
Son of a tea biscuit.
I know you guys are planning ahead. You bastard. I'm not out yet.
Almost back from this break. Shut up.
Just in time to go to another break.
I know. Sorry, Dragon's laughing at you already.
Yeah.
I only laugh at Kelly.
But Dragon is really good at this, as opposed to me.
Yeah, that I would say that.
Yep.
I would say you're the Biden and he's the Trump.
Hey.
Online at khout.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, yourtroubleshooter.com. James, listen, as I understand it, and we don't have to go through, I truly was listening to each and every word. As I understand it, sir, you are, to me, you should get your entire retainer back. Now, the money you paid for evidence is an expense that you would have paid anytime. But as I understand it, I know he didn't do any. I know he didn't do anything. I know he didn't do anything yet. But at first, he offered, as I'm understanding this, he offered to give the retainer back, and you actually counter-offered, saying you would take even less money. Is that right?
Essentially, yes. So I paid him $3,000, and he offered the first time he didn't show, he offered to refund that back. So the third time he didn't show, we met in the hall, and he again offered to pay some of that back.
We need to work on this. You should get your $3,000 back. And there's a real easy way to do it. I want you to hang on if you could for me, sir. You have been totally abused. This is bull crap. I'm Tom Martino. This man needs to get his $3,000 back and move on. We got more coming up. I mean, okay, let me look. The fee is the bar, but is there still a Supreme Court grievance committee they call, or oversight it's called, right, or something right now?
The Bar Association has a mediation.
No, I know
service.
that. But doesn't for complaints though?
Yeah, you can go to the Supreme Court website and you just make a
Brian, this is Bo. Isn't it called the Colorado Office of Attorney Regulation?
that exists, and there's also a link on the Supreme Court website to make a complaint.
That's what I'm talking about, the Supreme Court.
I think.
And then the failure. I've been through this failure to communicate.
Yeah, he
What's
doesn't.
that?
It doesn't sound like he even needs to go and do all that. Just communicate with the lawyer
I
and get
know,
the refund done.
He could threaten him, though, Brian.
I don't.
He could say, "Give me my 3,000."
The next step is to ask nicely.
No,
There's
you're
been a
right.
breakdown in
No,
communication.
you're right about that. I understand that. I'm just saying though that this asshole should have just had that check in the mail as quickly as possible. So over the years, guys.
Wind in Southern California easing today. That's helping fire crews as they battle to contain last week's deadly wildfires. Rescue teams still looking for victims through the ash from the Palisades and Eaton fires. And word today, director David Lynch has died. His family posting the news on social media. Lynch was known for his mysterious hits in peace and blue velvet. David Lynch was 78. This is ABC News. On both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border, a search continues for the architects of a smuggling tunnel under the Rio Grande. Experts calling it a sophisticated passageway.
The 6-by-4-foot tunnel was supplied with electricity and a ventilation system. I don't want to give drug dealers or whoever it is a pat on the back, but New Mexico State University engineering professor John C. Longmore has to admit, if you're hiring a contractor to do that, probably cost you a couple $1 million. Authorities have wrapped up their investigation inside the tunnel, and Mexican authorities have sealed it off from their side. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Zen nicotine pouches can stay on the market. The Food and Drug Administration saying the pouches' potential benefit of helping adults quit tobacco outweighs.
Boy, how quiet.
Philip Morris products are considered safer than conventional cigarettes and chewing tobacco, but there's some concern about the growing popularity among young people. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
No word in the English language is less convincing than probably. Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first date?
Sure, we'll probably stay together.
Probably? It's been 23 minutes since I ate. I can probably swim.
You should wait 30 minutes.
Okay, tell me what to do. Cannonball! Cramp! Oh, I have a cramp. I can probably hit the green from there. Probably. Can I get a mulligan? Ready to go?
Hey, are you sure you're okay to drive?
Yeah, I had a sixpence silver. Probably okay.
That was usually my cutoff for being the designated driver.
Rise and repeat.
Okay, it's 5. One more, and you gotta get home on your own. Son of a.
J-How News Time, 12:03. A developer is returning the former Park Hill Golf Course property to the city of Denver in exchange for land in Adams County. The developer will get a 145-acre parcel of land near DIA in exchange for the former golf course. It will be converted into a park that's expected to open later this summer. One of the topics that came up during the Broncos' end-of-season press conference yesterday was the possibility of a new stadium. Owner and CEO Greg Penner said they're considering all their options.
We're continuing to do our diligence. It is a complex question and decision of what we decide to do, and we haven't ruled out anything at this point. We're looking at options.
Mr. O'Brien, can you hear me?
Yes, we're here, Mark. We're here.
Hey, Bradley, do you play pickleball or racquetball or tennis or anything?
Nope. No,
I was just curious.
You know, Mark.
Suzanne and I
pickleball-
just got
pickleball
into,
Looks like fun, but man, are people making fun of pickleball? Like they say, they're ruining tennis. Why can't we just have tennis? But pickleball is so much more convenient.
Addictive too, right?
It's really
I
fun.
don't know. I didn't really play it. I just experimented. And we had this party where they were given lessons, but
Good afternoon.
I
Thanks
think
for
it looks
calling the
like
Tom
loads
Martino
of
Show.
fun. It looks like giant ping pong to me. It's fun.
Yeah, I tried it last summer. It's really fun. Yeah.
It seems like it would be. I can't see anything against it, but people make so much fun of it.
It's accessible.
It's fun.
Yeah.
That's right. You don't need a big tennis court, and it's like ping pong but better. You know what I mean? It's like, because I love ping pong, but that's a pain in the ass, you know. Anyway, Mark, do you like it? Anyway.
Tom Mark was very good at it.
Yeah.
He smoked me with his little dink angle shot.
Now, when did
Or
you
shots.
guys do this? And why was I excluded?
I don't know. I don't know why we exclude. You figure you'd bring our scores down, Tom.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what's your name?
They call me the Hand.
I'm always looking for one. He didn't get that.
Question about Neil Orthodontic.
We went Monday,
Brad, you know, I have a really cool
last Monday.
talk. It's really nice. I mean, we used to have bullshit, but then he dressed up my whole studio. Let me show you what this looks like. Let me show you. I'll show you right here if I can. Let's see. Okay, let me go to 2. It's really cool for my guest. Isn't that cool?
Definitely not on the referral
I mean,
list.
I think
Okay,
it's
all right, hang
Is
on
it
for
real?
me, and Tom will be
It's
right
really
with you.
nice
10 seconds, guys.
Then I got the wide.
Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Well, come running just.
Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. I got Brad O'Brien with me. O'Brien Legal Services, real estate law. We've been talking a lot about real estate, but anything else you want. And this one thing really pissed me off. Now, Brad did say as an attorney, if you can't make hearings, you file continuance. You don't leave it to your client to show up and not know where you are. I mean, that's ridiculous, right? And then Brad says you don't have to pull out the big guns right now and go to the Supreme Court Grievance Committee or whatever, the Oversight Committee or the Bar Association yet. Just ask, where's my retainer? I want a refund. So I'm going to ask this caller. I mean, this caller was done wrong, okay? If everything he's telling me is true, this guy hired an attorney, paid him $3,000, and then did everything himself. And the judge took mercy on him because his attorney stopped showing up. I mean, or not stopped, never showed up except once. So the charges were dropped. Thank goodness. So, but he's out $3,000. Of course, he had to pay $800 for evidentiary stuff, which he would have had to pay anyways. But the $3,000 for legal fees should be totally refunded, in my opinion, if everything he says is true. So, James, when was the last time you asked, where's my money?
So the court date that it was dismissed was 16 December, and right at the beginning of January or late December, I said, yes, I've considered it, and I want $1,900 back.
Why
And
don't
he
you
didn't
take the whole
respond to
$3,000
that
back?
point.
Why?
Well, because he did something. I
You're a
don't want
good
him to go
man.
hungry.
You're a
and
good
I
man.
thought-
And you know what?
I thought-
Why the hell does he
Right,
deserve
I thought-
anything?
I thought, right, and I thought $1,900 was reasonable.
Okay.
And he hasn't responded. That's why I'm calling you.
James, I want to help you, but I got to ask you, this is the first time in history where I think the consumer deserves more than he's asking for. Please tell me why. Please tell me why you think he deserves to keep anything.
Well, he did show up after the State Patrol called him for the actual trial. The last date, he showed up, and I'm not sure if I was super prepared or a combination of him and me, and then the judge being able to use his discretion dismissed it. So I'm not sure exactly how much to credit myself, the
What
judge,
a good guy
or
this guy is.
my attorney. Well, I thought less than $2,000 from my cost was reasonable. So I
Yeah, but by the way,
$3,000 to him,
just for grins here, when you ask for it, I wouldn't say I want half of the evidentiary cost. I wouldn't say that. I would say I think you might deserve $1,000 for showing up the one day, but I want $2,000 back. Please don't split it up, because I'm going to tell you something. If it goes to a hearing with the Bar Association, the Fee Dispute Committee, you are not going to be awarded any part of any kind of costs. You will not be awarded.
I understand that. Now I understand that. But so I, again, would feel happy if he refunded $2,000 or $3,000 or $2,500 of his fee.
Okay,
Forget the
let's
$800.
work on this. Let's work on this. And I'm going to ask the $64,000 question. When was the last time you talked to him?
I texted him probably a week and a half ago, saying, I need to know what you're planning to do, and if you're not planning to do anything, I probably need to reconsider my approach. And he didn't respond to that. So my reconsidering of the approach was first ask him according to what he offered, and he didn't respond. So now my approach, which he still hasn't responded, is to talk to you. I did call
That was not the $64,000 question. That was the $25,000 question. Here's the $64,000 question. Okay? You ready for it? Who is he?
His name is Connor Stewartson.
Connor Stewartson.
Correct.
How did you find him? And is it Stewartson as in STEW?
ARTSON.
Okay, so it is ST.
I found him online.
STEW.
EWART.
Got it.
ARTSON.
Okay. Do you find him there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's. It looks like he's working at a law firm down in the Springs.
Okay. And I want to help, and he's not going to talk to us because he's going to say, all of this. So you're going to text him a message and let him know he can talk to us.
Oh, not in the Springs. I'd like to correct that. He's got an office there.
He is in the
Are you
Springs.
talking to me to text him?
Is Connor, is he in the Springs?
He has an office where I initially met him, yes.
Mm-hmm. And he says he represents...
But he also, I think, has an... Go ahead.
He represents first-degree murder, sex assault on a child, aggravated robbery, felony murder, DUI, misdemeanors, electric chair guaranteed. No, I'm just kidding. This guy is just... What a piece of work. What a frickin' piece of work. Whoa, he has a 1-star review. Did you know that? On this one attorney site?
After I started to look, yes.
This
and I think, honestly, well, I'm guessing that, honestly, I think he's a good lawyer in front of the bench. But as far as logistics and scheduling, I think that's where his problem is. But I don't know.
Licensed for 8 years, so he's a baby lawyer.
James, this is Deputy D. I just got a couple of really quick questions for you, if I may. Did you and your lawyer ever actually agree on the amount of a refund?
Well, he said in the long text that he could get me a full refund, and that was after he didn't show the second time.
No.
Did you keep those texts?
Oh, yeah. He made a 5-point essay on the apology for not showing up.
Do you know he has a rating on all of the lawyer sites of 1 star?
Tom, it isn't clear.
Well, again,
I
just
actually had an agreement.
Okay.
for a refund.
Let me just stop that right now, because you keep going back to that.
Well, I've
He
got a text
offered
that
a
says-
refund. They didn't have an agreement because he came back and said, I even want less money. It's still totally ridiculous that this attorney is not addressing it. I don't care if they had a contract or an agreement or just a discussion. The guy has been texting him saying, I want my money back. I want at least this much money. And he's being ghosted. What difference does it make if they had an agreement?
Well, here's the difference. The lawyer offered him a refund before the final trial where James was found innocent or had his case dismissed. So could it be that the lawyer said before the trial, said, hey, man, I'll give you your $3,000 back and we go our separate ways. And James didn't accept that offer. And the lawyer finally, after the cops called him, came to trial.
Well, it wouldn't matter to me. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. What I'm saying is you look at the case in its totality, not each and every blow. Look at the totality. The guy was a clown.
I
Okay?
agree.
The guy gave him some service.
James?
In fact, I think this guy is being nice, James, to say, I'll take $2,000 back. You can have 1,000 for coming the last day. Now, did he do anything? James is the one who gathered the evidence, for God's sakes. This guy came and said I couldn't get the evidence. He was asking the wrong police department. Go ahead, James.
I have a question for James.
Go ahead, Bo.
Tom.
Go ahead.
James, so since this guy is ghosting you, not responding to texts, go directly to his office, knock on the door. There's other lawyers there, and go there personally and ask for the money. I bet he'd be embarrassed and write you a check. Go there personally. And then maybe if that doesn't work, call in and ask.
I think you have to make a formal ask in writing. And then you need to go to the Bar Association, the Fee Dispute Committee.
The council.
What's
Yeah.
that?
The Office of Attorney Regulation.
No, I just
agree
hold
with
on,
all
guys. Stop giving recommendations right now. We're giving him too many. The very first place he goes, the very first place, is the Fee Dispute Committee with the Bar Association. He can put in attorney complaints after that. We want to get his money back. That's it. Okay? The other place is not going to get his money back. They're going to file a complaint and do an investigation, and it will take months and months, and may not even do an investigation. So right now, I want him to write a formal request for his money back, saying he didn't get quality representation, and make it brief. And then you file a complaint, a formal complaint, with the Bar Association Fee Dispute Committee. That's it.
Correct. And I'm fully willing to do that. I'm patient enough to do that. But I hope that he gets wind that we discussed this and he considers it not worth the hassle and simply pays $2,000. I'll make a request of $2,000 to his office in writing, and if somebody's there, I'll get a time-stamped copy of it.
And here's what
so
I want to
know
ask.
that he'll get delivered my request.
Not that I think it matters, but Deputy D had a point I want to address. Not anything about agreements beforehand, but after you so-called won your case. Did he say to you, congratulations, I knew I could do it, or any indication that he felt proud of himself? Because I think that's what you're getting at, that he might think
yes.
now,
So-
hey, I did a good
so
job.
As we met in the hall, when he showed up late, we were talking, and then again, he offered some of my fee back. And then after it was dismissed, I said, thank you. And also he noted that, well, something to the effect that I'm good and I haven't lost a case.
Okay, so he was patting himself on the back as D's got good instincts. So even though he may have said, I'm going to give your money back, blah, 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 he may have thought, you know what? Now it's a whole new ball game. It's a whole new ball game. I won. Let me ask you something. Just between you and me, I want to ask you something. During that third hearing, that third and final hearing, when it was dismissed, did he put up a good defense? Was he good?
You know, I have to admit that I think he made all his objections were sustained.
Okay.
And he made several.
He won.
Yes, he did.
Well, I say we won.
You know,
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, till Tom's point, where he's going, though, is think about it. You just said to the objections, you would have never have known to do that. You might not have won that by yourself.
And really,
you're right. And
D
why,
is the one, Deputy D is the one that brought up the ultimate end result. And I wasn't thinking of that because I don't want to couple it with any previous agreements. But now he might think, okay, I really screwed up right up until this point, but ultimately I won, so I did earn the $3,000.
No, because in the hall, prior to going into the courtroom, he again offered, after he was there to represent me, he again offered to reimburse some of my fee.
No, I get it. I get
regardless
it.
of the outcome.
Again, I do believe, in my personal opinion, that, he probably, in my opinion, that, he owes you something, in my opinion. But he may think, even though I screwed up, I ultimately vindicated myself. And I think, D, that was the point you were making, more so than they had an agreement. I mean, I think that he believes that day was a whole new ballgame.
Yeah, I think what I've heard is both of these offers of refund that Mr. Stewartson had made to the caller occurred before the final trial. And I'm wondering if those offers were contingent
the second one was at the trial.
If they were contingent on them just going their separate ways.
By the way, when he did say, I'll give your money back and you can get another attorney, did he say something like that?
On the first text, when he made a 5-point essay with his apologies and offered a full refund, he offered a refund, and then when he didn't show up to the actual trial, and I waited for him in the hall and showed him what I had from the State Patrol, he again there, prior to the judge, offered some of my fee back.
But did he?
I'd like to know. I'd like to know what Bradley thinks, just simply not
break when you can, buddy.
Guilt or innocence or anything like that, but based upon everything you heard, you're an attorney. What do you think?
Okay, I got to take a break. Dragon said, so we'll come back to that, and then I'm going to take Keaton, who has an issue with an orthodontics place that used to advertise with us, and we'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK. Frank Duran, the real estate man. Remember, he does more than just help you buy or sell property. Before you even think about selling, he'll do a property analysis, and he'll do it for you on what you can on what you can expect to get for your home based on his vast experience and a detailed analysis of your home. It's all free and no obligation. 303-920-1622.
Buy and Build is celebrating 20 years in business. Hi, this is Courtney Pierce, president of Buy and Build Kitchen and Bath. That's right, we've been saving people of Denver thousands of dollars on kitchen and bathroom cabinets for 20 years. We have in-stock kitchen and bathroom cabinets, countertops, sinks, faucets, and more, all for the best prices in the country. With 20 years of experience, you can feel confident that we will help you design the perfect kitchen and save you thousands. Come visit our showroom at 560 South LaPan Street in Denver. That's 560 South LaPan Street, or online at buyandbuild.net.
theartofgranite.com. That's where you get prices on the phone for your granite or quartz or quartzite or marble or whatever countertop you want, wherever you want it, whether it's an island, a bathroom, a book nook, or a whole counter for the kitchen. In fact, if you can get pieces small enough in the remnant yard or big enough, you get them free, and they fabricate and install. That's what you pay for. In fact, start with the Art of Granite, okay? Wholesale on all materials, worst case scenarios, wholesale, and on countertop materials, and then free from the remnant yard if you can find it, and also prices on the phone. These are great people. I've known Mitch Fleury for so many years. Theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. Now, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. I love Red Rocks Roof and Solar, and I'll tell you why I do. I love them because they know what they're doing when it comes to solar, not just selling, but installing and servicing. See, they're full service. And with commercial operations, they can even help you get the system paid for through grants if you qualify for those. And you can get It 100% paid for. Now, with residential systems, there are programs available as well and good financing. RedRocksRS.com, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. And the number there is 303-704-2449. You know, Wave 8 Wealth Management is the company I started because I was frustrated with financial advisors. And I put together a team for me. I did. And then after about 6 years, I decided to make this public, and we got registered with the Division of Securities, and we are working for you. And it's not something I'm talking about. It's something I'm doing for myself, and I have been doing. And I'm in it 100% with you. My pledge to you is you will never get this level of service anywhere, and we work for you. It is not a middleman approach like 98% of financial advisors. Please check us out, 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, or you can go to this website, investwithmartino.com. Hey, Mark.
I think he stepped away.
Okay. Hey, Tim, you want to know why I went to an in-ear monitor? Man, it's so much better. It's so much better. This little thing up into my ear, it's the one I used to use for my TV. It's called an IFB. And I don't know, man. It's just so much nicer because I don't have to take them on and off when I'm talking to my guests, or I can hear everything in the house, and I just love it. So that's why I did it, and it's just really cool. It's just an in-ear IFB. I used to use one at the station as well, but it broke, and so I ordered some new ones. I have one for here and one for the station. Yeah, love it. Also. Let's see what else technically. I got that new TV during the break. That giant TV behind me is 75-inch. Isn't it? I think.
Kelly, I'm not pushing anything.
D came. I think
Keyboard.
that's.
It's a big one.
Yeah.
75 inches.
Mouse is away from me.
And then
I dropped something.
did the new background, and then Deputy D professionally lit everything. He's a photographer in another life.
It's pretty damn slow, huh?
And then I think we're done with James right now, right? Oh, well, you have to assign this to somebody after he does what I told him.
Why did they lock the break room? Why did they lock the break room? Oh, that's why. Okay. That's all right. I got some water out of the kitchen. I've had somebody stealing their share of snacks. I don't eat in there. I got an apple and some water. I thought somebody was stealing more snacks than.
I'll be back in a sec.
Go to your house. Must have fiber to the house, huh?
Oh, just had this vast
T1 or something?
Yeah, it's compatible. It used to be that, but it's a modem and then
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
I need to get one of those. With the law change on talking on your cell phone in your car. I need to get one of those like Bluetooth, headsets so you can speak in the car. It doesn't. I can't do work calls on the car. It's just it's obvious you're doing that.
Oh, because when you're in the car, they're pretty good. My Beamer has a really silent system.
Really?
They call
Mine's
you.
not.
I talk to you on the phone sometimes. I'm in my car. Do you know?
10 seconds, guys.
My car's not that good. Even though
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Oh, like, there's a
Tom Martino, 713-8255. So far now, we're not going back to James because he's going to go do a formal request of the attorney and then put in a hearing with the Supreme Court Grievance Committee. But then when we assign somebody to work with him, who wants this? If he comes back to us. Bo, do you like it? What do you think?
Dimitri.
Yeah, Dimitri could. He certainly had a lot to say about it, but we'll do that. Now, Keaton is calling about neo-orthodontics. I believe that's what he's calling about, neo. Now, neo-orthodontics, I love the concept, and both of my children have gone through it with, is it Dr. Kent Lawson? Is that who you use, Keaton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll explain how it works with my kids. What they believe in. They believe in doing, I don't know how they do it, but they do a long process rather than trying to jam all the teeth with these harsh braces. And they do incredible work, and it's a flat monthly fee a month until you're done. And both of my children had wonderful results. So I just want you to know that going in. I'm not automatically sicking up for them. I'm just telling you my experience. So Keaton, what happened with you?
So we actually used them too because you had such great luck, and so we used them for our oldest child, and had really great, amazing results. And so we ended up referring some of our good friends to them, and they've been doing the same exact process and haven't really heard anything. And so they showed up to their doctor's appointment today, and the building is shut down. And they said there's nothing in the office.
What?
Yeah.
No.
And so they have the two offices. They went to both offices, and both offices appear to be completely empty. And they actually just withdrew out of their account yesterday for their appointment to today.
Well, that's
But
automated. I'm sure they're not meant to.
I'm sure.
You know, he would never cheat anyone.
Yeah.
But I'm concerned about him.
No.
Now, he was getting up there in age. I mean, I'm not saying that as a bad thing because I think he was a little older than me. I know he had a few, it's just a few health issues here and there. God, I hope everything's, did they answer their phones?
No, so I actually tried calling myself as well today, and I wasn't able to get hold of either one of the offices. It just one just continued to ring through there at Lone Tree, and then the Levin office actually had an answering machine, and it said that it would get back to you.
Mark, do we have?
But yeah.
Did Mark step away? Did he come back? I'm wondering if we.
No, I'm here.
Do we have?
I guess.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
First of all, can I interject here?
Go ahead.
And just put this into a real perspective. You ready?
Yeah.
They're in Chapter 11. They're in bankruptcy. It's been filed. So it is what it is right now.
How do you know that, Mark? How do you know that?
Because I'm reading it.
Okay, where'd you find it?
He told the employees that, just Google neo-orthodontics bankruptcy.
Okay. Well, good. At least we're getting it. It's not his health or anything.
He filed for Chapter 11, which is a business restructure. My guess is he had a lot of debt that he owed personally to, maybe guarantees that he signed. Then it converted to 7. And he told employees that he couldn't pay them because he was bankrupt.
Okay.
Wow. Now, the problem is they can't be taking money each month. That's a little insane.
No, of course not. And I'm sure, first of all, the trustee won't allow that to happen. And if he actually filed. So that's not going to be difficult. And Dr. Lawson wouldn't do it intentionally. That is really too bad. You know what?
Well, here's it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Your credit card company should be able to get that back for you. But, other than that, there's nothing you're going to do when he's under Chapter 11 or Chapter 7, the trustee's going to reach out to you with options. But if he can't pay his employees, I'll tell you right now, those employees and the IRS and secured debt, there's all kinds of things that are going to come way before you.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You know,
well, she had met another individual outside, I guess, waiting for their appointment too, or showing up for their appointment, and that gal had explained to her that they had already paid $12,000 in advance.
Yeah, and again,
Is
that'll
that
be part
something
of
that
the.
they will
Hold on,
ever
that'll be
recover,
part of
or-
the.
Yeah.
That'll be part of the restructuring, but unfortunately, it could end up that people are going to lose money. Now, Mark, how long ago did we? I mean, we didn't part ways for anything like specific.
No, it was pre-COVID. If I had to guess, because of the nature,
way before that.
Yeah. Well, the reason I bring that up, I think what, not just the nail in the coffin, I think the hole was dug, the coffin was built, and the nail was put in it because of COVID.
But man, the system. You know what's really weird is he kind of developed this system. And I wish somebody would, it's worth something. You know what I'm saying? I would hate to see the technology just go out the window.
But to go back to the caller, though, if there was if there's any fraud, that's different. I don't see that happening because I knew this doctor.
Yeah.
But there's going to be so many people in line. Really, the secured debtors are going to be number one. The IRS is going to be number two if he owes either payroll taxes, which he probably does. And you're just so far down the line, it's crazy. And I know people hate to hear that, but that's
his friend did. How much did he pull out of the account?
I think just their monthly bill, I think it was like 150 or something like
What
that.
they better
It wasn't really
do,
too awful
they
bad,
better shut
but-
that down. Now, listen, here's the problem.
Okay.
If they originated it on his website, they're not going to be able to shut it down. And it might be doing it automatically. They got to take action to shut it down. Because,
I would reach out to, I'd figure out who the trustee is and have that person reach out and go, hey, you're the trustee on this account. This guy's still taking money from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Not a very
You
good
know what?
situation.
I'd like to get Mike Wink on just to ask him in general about stuff like this. So can we try?
You know what? Mike can actually pull up the file and read it too. That'd be nice.
So, Kachina, let's get Mike Wink on. Keaton, you can hang out and listen, or you can hang up and listen. We'll talk about it in general. But Keaton, as I understand it, your case was done, right? Your daughter.
Our case was done, and it was fantastic.
I know it.
My oldest son, yep, and they were thinking about pulling 4 or 5 teeth to make room, and so this was such a much better idea, and it worked, and it worked fantastic.
My daughter never
No.
spent a day in braces. And my son had to have some braces, but way less, because they do that system of mouth things. Man, it's like I said, I would hate to see this technology die if the business model, if it was just for the business part of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. So I want to get Mike Wink on in general to talk about this. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. He was a good guy, man. Good.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
A crash on the south end of town, I-25 northbound. We've got an accident blocking 2 middle lanes between I-225 and Hampton Avenue, with traffic moving slowly around. Stop and go back from Bellevue, seen about a 15-minute delay there. South of there, I-25 southbound, a crash off on the right shoulder approaching Ridgegate Parkway, exit 192. Slow traffic back from County Line Road, 18-minute delay there. Otherwise, fairly calm back through the Denver Metro, I-70 east and westbound, easy driving to DIA. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
Joseph A. Lazara is an attorney at law, criminal defense attorney. Now, I hope you never need him, but from time to time, people have DUIs. They have scuffles with neighbors. They have problems. And I'm not going to make believe it doesn't happen. But one thing I am going to tell you, you always need an attorney. And you should never shop under pressure. And you should never just get somebody blind like that guy did who called the show. Okay? You get someone who has experience and someone with endorsements. And I endorse Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. He'll give you free initial consultations. Listen to this. Free. And then flat rate pricing. So you see what you get is a flat rate price, no nickel and diming, Joe Lazzara. He's on the referral list, referralist.com, 303-429-6200, 429-6200.
Mike Wink, please.
Okay. Yeah, I heard. I think I have him.
He also went to that rally up at the, what's that big hotel, that giant, gaudy. He's a dime. I personally,
Get more information or help from Bell and Pollock at championsofthepeople.com.
As we turn our attention to friends and family and cozy warm homes, keep in mind Plum Line services with fun crazy deals on new carrier furnaces for honest repairs and service. You'll love Plum Line's mission of excellence, character, and
Hey, Mike, it's Kelly over at the Tom Martino Show. How are you? I'm doing very well. Thank you so much. Happy New Year. I have a caller who's got some questions, and Tom wanted to bring you on for an expert opinion. All right, hang on. The caller hung up. What?
Lori?
No, the other one. Right? Is that who he
That's
was
because
bringing on?
Tom had said either listen on hold or hang up. So he hung up?
I missed that. I was on the phone. Okay. I heard Mike wink, but didn't know the whole. Didn't know the other part of the story.
So quiet. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi.
Thank you. I thought I was all alone in this world for a minute.
Sometimes.
I'm here.
Hey,
I
did
don't
you know
why
that
my yes
is,
Wait.
listen carefully, is
What is that? Hello?
backwards.
Why am I not- Hello? Who's
Hi.
whistling?
I was trying to teach you something.
630 KHOW.
We really
303 Martino. Don't forget that number works on and off the air.
Am I on the air or off the? Maybe
Yes,
I'm not
sir.
on the air anymore. Hello?
You're on the air.
Way on the
help
air.
me.
Anyhow, 303 713 8255.
Fault. I'm sorry, man. I had my earpiece off. 303.
I was blaming Dragon this whole time,
You can,
Tom.
you can
Totally
blame me.
Kelly's fault.
And call me any names you want. Go ahead. Anyway,
I still think it was Dragon, no matter what you say.
Mike Wink is with us. Hey, Mike, this is always unfortunate when a bankruptcy happens with a business, and we have a chapter. We have a chapter 11. Can you explain? And then it turns 7. Explain what an 11 is with a business. And is it available only to businesses? This is Mike Wink, who is a bankruptcy attorney and expert. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Tom, Chapter 11 is essentially what's framed as a reorganization, and it is not only available to businesses, but it is available to businesses and people who the majority of their debt is business debt, and it basically can enable the business or the individual to restructure debt to be repaid under different terms that may be more favorable to the debtor.
And do they end up usually paying 100% on the dollar, or are they relieved of any?
They're usually relieved, right? That essentially creditors get classified based on their rights. So you'll have like secured creditors, and sometimes even shareholders get involved, and then unsecured creditors. And so typically the unsecured creditors are taking less than is owed, or maybe getting nothing, depending on the facts and circumstances.
So, do business, I actually don't know this, and I should. Do businesses, they usually don't come out of it. Is that true or not true? Or is it a last ditch effort? Or do businesses ever come out of it and do well?
Absolutely, businesses do. And there's some high profile cases of, big businesses like United, that have come out of bankruptcy in very good shape. But it is a much higher risk bankruptcy than any type of consumer bankruptcy. And one of the big risks is that a lot of times the business has a very rosy view of the future, and a payment plan, a reorganization plan gets set up based upon that rosy view. And so we're going to pay these secured creditors and this and that. And then they can't meet those payments. And the case either gets dismissed or, and maybe it sounds like in this case, converted to Chapter 7.
Yeah, that's what I read about Orthodontics. By the way, Dr. Lawson, what a great technology. I can't speak to his business, but my kids went through it. I know numerous people that went through it. Anyway, when it's converted to a 7, what does that usually signal?
Well, it's usually not a good thing for the debtor, because typically in those situations there's assets that the creditors would be entitled to liquidate. The fundamental premise of a Chapter 11 is, hey, everybody, you're going to do better if you let us keep these assets, make money, and repay you over time, say 5 years, than you would be if you came in and took everything, right? In other words,
who makes the choice to convert? Who makes the choice to convert?
Typically it's creditors. They're not on board with the plan. I think it also could come from the trustee of the court, depending on if the plan is being if the terms of the plan aren't being met by the debtor.
And Tom, the plan comes down to get the initial plan through. It basically comes down to a vote of the creditors.
Correct. typically the votes are classified by the classes.
Mike,
of the,
I can
as
think.
I mentioned, the classes.
I can't think of many assets. This is not a regular dental office. I mean, this is their system is so sparse. In fact, how it works, it's a wonderful system. But I can't think, of a lot of assets that would be there. I mean, leased offices.
Well, usually then they would rather dismiss the case, but conversion is driven by someone's perception, some creditors, trustee, court's perception that the assets are worth more than the plan. And they'd rather
could
just
part of that asset, here's what I want to know. His technology, which I believe he developed, could that be in itself intellectual property worth something to a bankruptcy court?
Absolutely, it could. Bankruptcy trustees are not the best at liquidating things like that, and so even if it has value, it can be difficult to sell. But if it's that good, absolutely, it could be an asset.
Break when you can, buddy.
The patent on it? I mean, just because you're good
I
at,
don't really know, Mark,
cleaning
the
a
extent.
floor.
Yeah, I don't know the extent of his technology. I know, he borrowed here, borrowed there, but I think he really developed this new early orthodontics. It's such a shame. Mike, if you can hang on, I have a few more questions, if so, because people that run up against this, I just want to talk about priorities. And then, Lori, we can take you too. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
A crash on the south end of town, I-25 northbound. We've got an accident blocking 2 middle lanes between I-225 and Hampton Avenue, with traffic moving slowly around. Stop and go back from Bellevue, seen about a 15-minute delay there. South of there, I-25 southbound, a crash off on the right shoulder approaching Ridgegate Parkway, exit 192. Slow traffic back from County Line Road, a 2-minute delay there. Otherwise, fairly calm back through the Denver Metro, I-70 east and westbound, easy driving to DIA, with traffic on Mark's Lawn.
Tap into your well-being with Audible audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Expand your life with expert insight and motivation for better health, habits, relationships, finance, and more. Start listening free when you sign up for a 30-day trial at audible.com.
DiscountBath.com. I really love Chris and his team. They specialize in baths. They can do shower conversions for $9,888, but the discount bath part, they do pricing without ever coming to your home. They'll talk to you on the phone too, of course. But what you do is you go to discountbath.com, and then you put in there a video. You upload a video of maybe the hall room bath you want to change, or the master bath, or maybe a downstairs basement bath that's roughed in. Whatever it is, you upload that video, they give you a price. It's that simple. And they really do mean discount, because they do it on a volume basis. Plus, now don't get me wrong, they're all custom, but they do it really with discounts in mind for lower profits, and they mean it. Check them out, discountbath.com, 720-979-2322. Red Rock's Roof and Solar, you've heard me talk a lot about them. Why? Because there are so many clowns in the solar business. Solar, I believe, is here to stay. Red Rocks will give you the right direction to go. They can help you through the tax deductions or credits, whatever, financing. If you're a commercial operation, they can show you how to get grants to pay for it if you qualify. And they also are just good people. They not just sell contracts, they install and service. So they're full service. Not these guys that just knock at the door. You buy a contract and you don't know who you're dealing with. RedRocksRS.com from beginning to end. 303-704-2449. 704-2449.
Hey, Bronco.
Necessarily like donuts. The kids ate them. It's like, bullshit. I ate some. I'm like, would you like me to make donuts? Because I can put Biscuit Joe on the list. He's like, no, I don't understand why you don't make them anymore. Like, because you hate it. And then with crescents, there is a way you could turn the triangles into like mini pretzels and bake those off.
Fascinating.
Yeah, fascinating.
But it was just kind of like, I was going to have a bagel this morning. You know,
That's
when
your
you're
own
like,
fault for waiting a
when
week.
when
I
you're
like
thinking
pizza
about
bagels.
something, And
On pizza's on a bagel, you can have pizza anytime.
oh my
That's
God,
true.
it was just hilarious.
Little
because
Canadian bacon, you got
I'm
breakfast.
sitting there getting ready this morning, and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to have one of my bagels this morning.
Hey, did he start yet? Did your hubby start the new job yet?
Oh, not until the 21st.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm still stressed out. And he ate all the bagels I made.
How dare he?
I like the fact that bagels are one of the few breads that have no carbs.
Yeah, none,
So
zero.
I was feeling adventurous last weekend, and I actually, from scratch, made bagels.
That's
I'll give you a
really
TLDR.
something. I
She
actually
made
never
6,
attempted
he
that.
ate all of them.
I've never
In a
attempted
week.
that.
Well, you got to let the dough rise, and then you got to boil them first, and then you got to bake them off, and
Wow.
you can add seasoning to them. I had this everything bagel seasoning. So
You know,
the
She's a
recipe,
Betty Crocker.
The recipe I had 6. So this morning I'm getting ready, and I'm like, you know what?
She made them a week ago.
I'm gonna.
And she's pissed her husband ate all of them.
Saturday. So I asked Adam. I'm like, where the hell are the bagels that I made? He's like, oh, I ate them all. I'm like,
Bagels,
Yeah, the poor
bagels,
man
unlike
ate a
other bread,
bagel
have
a
good
day,
carbs.
And she's pissed.
Tom, wouldn't you agree that there's good carbs and bad carbs? Not every carb is equal.
No. There
You
are
wouldn't?
No, there are a few carbs that have a slower glycemic index, which is better on the system for sure. But
There's some that have 0.
well, what are you talking about, Mark?
He's talking about net carbs.
No, there's certain, no, not net carbs in food. I'm saying there's certain carbs that have 0 carbs.
Well, that
I
doesn't
just
even
couldn't
make
believe
sense. I don't know what you mean. I'm not
ate 'em
arguing.
all.
I just don't know what you mean. I really don't.
Fiber.
What's that?
Somebody
Oh,
just
fiber.
one
Okay, got it.
Fiber.
Hey,
Got it. Okay, fiber.
fine.
Right. In fact, fiber can actually counteract carbs.
one.
I made 12 muffins, and 2 weeks later, they were all gone.
So when you make bagels, you should use fiber.
Yeah, but yeah.
I used whole wheat.
That's net carbs.
Yeah, I know what he means.
I just
for
can't
sure.
believe. I just can't.
Deep
believe
fried fiber is one of my favorite. I'll take these fiber pills, put them in vegetable
The guy
oil.
better never eat a bagel
Fry
a
'em.
day for
You know
the
how-
rest of his life. 10 seconds.
Well, if I do it again.
Warning about this, and he joins us with his insight on the very latest. Tune in at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Again, Mike Wink from Wink and Wink. Mike, when in priority, how do they set priority for liquidation and payouts? And what would happen if payments were automatically drafted? Because he worked on a monthly basis where he would draw a flat monthly fee from your account. And I'm sure this wasn't done intentionally, but after the filing and they closed, some people are still getting tapped. Will the trustee get, I mean, how would they work first? Those immediate payments, do they go into the hopper and they have to wait for everyone now?
Well, so secured creditors are basically first in priority. So if they have a lien, those assets are going to secured creditors.
But even if money was just
now it's
taken out, in
possible-
other words, if my ACH payment for service was just taken out, is that different or is that still go into the big hopper?
You're talking about taking out prior to filing bankruptcy or
No.
after?
After they closed, the payment was just taken out.
After.
After.
I see. If it reaches a threshold of 7,500, I think, and then in the 90 days before filing bankruptcy, it can be considered a preference payment, in which case the trustee can recover it.
Okay.
Now, there's other issues involved with preparation.
Hey, Mike, try to stay on with us.
I'm so
Okay.
sorry, Mike, or we'll call you back. And thanks for blasting that music. That was really a good touch. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Stay tuned to the Troubleshooter.
Mike, can you stay on? Can you stay on for another past this break? Okay, perfect. Hold on. At least you didn't eat the bagel.
Hey, Tom, let's ask him if he's been seeing an uptick, too, at some point.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So,
All of them.
generally speaking, you've got your... God, I can't imagine any assets this guy has left in the Chapter 7. All of his equipment, his dental stuff, whatever he has, I guarantee someone filed UCCs on it. So the secured creditors are going to be handled. The IRS will eat up whatever's left. And then that's it. There's not going to be anything left.
Oh, my God.
That's why when you lend money to a business, you want to have a UCC on their fucking on their equipment. I don't care if it's tire equipment. I don't care if it's dental equipment. Anything that you attach everything to it.
Mark, what is a UCC?
It's a filing saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically saying, I'm not sure exactly what it stands for, but what it's saying is,
Universal.
I'm going to lend you
Code.
money, but you're pledging all this inventory or equipment.
It's the Universal Commercial Code. Uniform. I'm sorry, uniform.
Like when I was in the Goodyear business, all Goodyear, even though I would buy the tires from them, but I had a line of credit with them to buy the tires. If I didn't pay Goodyear, the tires were automatically theirs. I mean, they were their inventory. They were backing that.
So they wouldn't be listed in a bankruptcy because you had some sort of this UCC agreement?
Well, no, yeah, Goodyear would show up, go to the trustee and say, here's my UCC, here's the date it was filed, I was first in line at this time, here's all the equipment we attached, here's all the inventory, I mean, whatever it happens to be.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
So that's why there's almost nothing left in bankruptcies when it comes to employees or customers because everybody else is first.
Right.
People think the employees come first. Employees are like so far down the line, the IRS will kick an employee in the head to get their money.
I was trying to see if this Dr. Kent Lawson owned the building. I mean, it looks like a very nice place. I wonder if he owned that.
How many? Oh, cool. Oh, nice. Because when I signed up, there was 3 of us. And then the lady told me a bunch of people who were playing open from 1 to 3 might hang out and play more.
But did she say it would be beginner levels?
It's every level. So we'll play somebody. If we lose, we go that way. If we win, we go this way. So it's just you constantly go.
So you could play with beginners, you could play with people that are just complete experts.
Anybody. It's open.
But this is the app. Just so you know.
Here, put on my phone. Shit. You know what I should do?
Laura, I'm not opening any.
Hey, Tom.
No.
Tom.
Where's your headphones? You don't need them?
Where's Thomas? Tommy.
Hey, Mark, it's Dimitri. Tom has stepped away from his desk for a couple of minutes.
Tell him.
Seconds.
I got to disappear for a few minutes. Tell them Suzanne's here. She's going to open.
No, I'm just here to help. I'm not here to open anything. Do I use these
It's the
headphones?
Suzanne Major Show?
I don't know do I use headphones?
I think
Do you
he's on
use
his way
headphones
back.
Anymore? Oh, good. He's on his way. Tell him to hurry the hell up. So I'm on air. If that's off, I'm on air when we come back into content. All right.
So you're on now?
I didn't know what we were talking about either, so I'll sound like a real ding ding.
Feminine products.
That's a rather dubious honor we have. Okay.
Dimitri, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, Suze. I can hear
Are you
you.
talking to me?
Okay, yeah, I'll text you his phone number.
Cool. Hey, thanks a lot.
I didn't hear her say.
Sure.
Got it. Thank you.
Ten seconds, guys.
Bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. Let's go to the phones. It's been a very busy day, and we love that. We love answering questions and taking care of problems for people. One and all, we have our expert on, Mike Wink, because something happened recently. Neo, New Early Orthodontics, which is Neo, N-E-O, I guess filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy and then Chapter 7. And they used to advertise with us, and so people called us. My children also went through the program, which is excellent technology. You know, he would charge a flat monthly fee, and then they did a system of mouth things that would change teeth and alter them dramatically without heavy bracing. Sometimes you needed braces here and there, but it was dramatic. And my one daughter here, or my only daughter, Dolce, went through, never had a day in braces, and her teeth went perfectly. My son, on the other hand, had some bracing, but way less than normal. It's just a good system. But hey, there was a bankruptcy, then now it's turned to a Chapter 7, which means liquidation. Some of these accounts were tapped on their monthly payment after the filing and after they closed. And I asked Mike, if you pay a payment to someone right after they filed and right after they closed, and they either inadvertently or intentionally pulled payments from you, Mike, do those payments get put into the bankruptcy estate and distributed like to secured creditors first and all of that? Or would those recent payments be sent back to the people immediately?
It depends on how the Chapter 11 was structured. So typically when an 11 is filed, there's a bunch of what they call first day motions that are filed to give the debtor, to give whoever runs the business permission to kind of control things. And part of that will set out like this is who we're allowed to pay, this is who we're going to pay, all that kind of stuff. And if it's approved, then that money's not going to be, and the payments were in line with the services provided, meaning, if it's your ACH, for example, right, like you need your ACH, it's a so-called critical vendor. They're not going to recover the payments that you made to your ACH either before or after, as long as they were in the ordinary course of business and there was no kind of funny business going on where you forced a bunch of money over to the creditor.
What about a consumer who paid for services they're never going to get?
So they're a creditor, right? So that's different than, so they're paying the business as opposed to the business paying someone else. Is that what you're
Right, that's right.
Yeah. So they're a creditor, and they're going to be in line to get a distribution if there's enough there.
So in other words, even though it just happened, I have to go through that whole rigmarole now. I can't simply get it back.
Correct.
Oh, wow.
Correct. You have to go through the rigmarole. Absolutely.
And what is the priority in a bankruptcy?
Well, so, for example, a common one for businesses, I'm not sure about orthodontics, but would be like sales taxes. Right? Sales taxes are going to get paid before others, and then certain employees up to a certain amount of payroll are also going to get paid before, say, the customer is going to get their money back.
Okay. And taxes, they're right up there, right?
Yes. Payroll, sales taxes, payroll taxes, definitely.
Okay. There is no winner here ever, right? I mean, it's unfortunate.
No, if the 11 fails the way it sounds like it's failed, yeah, it's not. It's usually that's not a good situation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
that's typically why, as a bankruptcy attorney, you really want to vet the viability of the business before you push it into an 11, because there's a lot of risk there, a lot of risk of a train wreck.
Yeah. So that's probably why I went to a 7.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mike. There's not much more. Did you look up this particular case?
I have not. No,
okay.
But you just gave me the name. So.
But it is public record if people want to look it up, right?
Correct.
How do they look up a bankruptcy case?
As a layperson, I'm not sure. I think you could call the bankruptcy court and order the documents. I don't think you get access to online, which I have as an attorney. So I suppose another thing you do would be to call us, and we can look it up for you.
I have recent experience with that. I had to look somebody up who had filed bankruptcy at the federal court at Denver, and I did it 2 ways. First of all, you can just show up there in person, and they have a little computer room, and you can look up the case and make prints and make printouts, and they charge you 10 cents a page.
Okay. And they help you look it up?
Yeah, they show you how to do it, and then you use one of the terminals, and then you can print whatever documents, but every filing is in there. It's the Pacer system. And every filing is in there, and you hit print, and then the ladies sell you your printouts for 10 cents a page.
And that's, thank you, Mike, winklawfirm.com for Mike. It's 720-523-0620. That's 720-523-0620, winklawfirm.com. Hey, Mike, has there been an uptick in bankruptcies over the past year?
Yeah, definitely.
There has been.
We're seeing more defaults. Yes. Yeah, there has been. I think COVID created a kind of delayed reaction. I think, all the stimulus sort of put off days of reckoning, which are coming due now. So we're seeing a lot of small business failures, similar to what we're talking about here. That's driving a lot. A lot of people are getting sued. More foreclosure activity all across the board. I think we're seeing our business tick up.
Okay. And you think it all started with COVID and then grew from there?
I think so. I mean, I think that, it just created a lot of hardship that was put off because of stimulus and things. That's not a criticism of just the reality.
Yeah, no,
of it.
I get it.
And now, yeah. And so now your business went through a hard time and you used borrowed money to get through it, but you're not necessarily in a position to pay that borrowed money that you probably couldn't have paid before. All it did was get you through. It's not like it helped you grow your business or something.
Thank you very much, Mike. We'll see you around, man. We'll call you again when we need some help. Thank you very much. All right. Lori. What's going on, Lori?
Yes.
What's happening?
What's happening? Hello?
Yes, Lori. Hi.
Hi. Hi, thank you, Tom. Last Thursday, I had made an appointment at Groove Ford to have my car looked at because my engine sail light had come on.
Yeah.
I'd made the appointment for 1 o'clock on Wednesday, the 8th. Brought my car there in a timely manner. They took the keys. They took the car. They didn't give me anything to sign. They didn't give me anything for receipt of my car, which I thought was peculiar. And I said, don't I get anything? Isn't there any paperwork? And they said, no, that's our protocol. We'll call you in 3 to 5 days to let you know what's wrong. Well, I really would just like to have, the check engine light come on. So I had lost my air tag for my keys, and in doing that, I called back, and he said he would look. And then Thursday, so Thursday the 9th, I won't say Brian, Eric is his name. Anyway, he called me and he said, we didn't find your air tag, but the all-wheel drive system needs to be serviced on your car, and it's not covered by Ford warranty. And I said, well, I don't have a Ford warranty. I have a aftermarket service warranty, and I don't have an all-wheel drive car. And he was confused. And he said, well, it doesn't matter. Before I said, I don't have an all-wheel drive car, he said, it doesn't matter. It's not covered under Ford warranty anyway. I said, but I don't have an all-wheel drive car. And so then he was confused. So I must have you mixed up with someone else. I'm like, okay, so you're going to let me know when I hear about, when you know what's going on. So I started calling Friday.
What kind of a car do you
Friday.
have? What kind of a car do you have?
Oh, 2018 Ford Escape.
Okay, got it. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. And so on Thursday, I called to just check in. Then I got a text message that said, this is how we prefer you deal with us. So I responded. I did call in, but then I got a text message and it said that this is the preferred method of contact. So Monday, no, we don't have anything.
All right, listen,
Tuesday,
wait. I don't want to go through every day. Can you just bring us up to date today?
Okay, so today is the first day I've done anything. So it's the 9th day they've had the car. For 3 to 5 days is what I was told.
Got it.
9th day, I get I follow their link and it tells me 13 items are problem. Okay. So then I say, okay, and I'm looking at this link. And then he calls while I'm reviewing this document that they had sent me via text. And then they followed up by sending the exact same document via email. And I said, okay, so let's go down the list in order. And he's, well, that's not the order I have. I said, well, this is a document that you sent me. I mean,
where does it stand right now?
Well, so we, $8,157, and it was.
Now, did they already do the work? Did they already do the work?
No, they did not. No.
And they're recommending. Hold on. They're recommending $8,000 in work.
Yes, they have 13 items that they say need to be worked on, none of which that I can tell are the check engine light, because they said that the reason the check engine light came on is because there's
how many items does $8,000 represent?
13 items.
13. Okay. Now, what are those items?
Okay. All right. front brakes, brake flush. I don't have it in front of me. I'm trying to get it in front of me so I can read it to you.
Can you get it in front of you? I'll come right back to you. It's important. Get it in front of you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's get Kevin Kalkin on if we can for this. 303-713-8255. As I said, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Dan McKenzie can help you with a will, with an estate, with estate planning, or anything in between. He's creative. He's very, very hands-on, and he's very, very local and personal, and has a small firm to really super serve his clients. McKenzie Law. That's Dan McKenzie. Just a great guy. If you're looking for an estate plan, give him a call. 833-CO-PLANS. 833-CO-PLANS.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. We carry true treadmills. They are the smoothest, quietest, and best warranty treadmills ever built for the home. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose, from the safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
You know, when you are looking for extreme efficiency, it's so worth it. If you're going to replace an HVAC system, you can save literally 30 to 40% a month on bills. And also you get a really reliable system because they last longer. And 888heating.com is the place for high efficiency. They not only specialize in it, but they guarantee the lowest prices for that equipment. 303-770-2776. 303-770-2776. 888heating.com. John Fuller. I've known John for many years. He's a personal injury attorney who you talk to before you hire him. One of the few attorneys you can talk to before you hire him. In fact, you don't even have to hire him. He will talk to you. He's a man of service. He will talk to you about your case, about what it's worth, where he would collect, and what your next steps should be. He's really filled with information, a good guy. If you decide to hire him, it'll be on a percentage fee basis, and you'll have his cell phone that you can call or text at any time. It's really true. 303-597-4500. Call at the first sign of trouble when you have questions. 303-597-4500. His website is callfuller.com. You know, I know all of my sponsors, and I know them very well. I know Mark Szymanski and Madeline Szymanski. They're great people, and they have Genesis Total Exteriors for everything on the outside of your house, and basements and baths and kitchens inside, along with replacing railings from the old wood to maybe metal, and interior doors to hardwood doors. They're good people. They also do stucco. They do even mold detection and remediation. Give them a call, 303-679-8509, a company you can trust. In this business, that's rare, right? 679-8509, GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
We're on break.
Oh. Did you get on it?
No.
Yeah.
I've just been sitting
It
here
sounds
listening.
Like they just did all this shit, you know, maybe it just... I want to get Kevin Kalkin on if we can. Did you try?
I'm trying.
Hey, Tom, can you hear me? It's Suze.
Yes, I can.
Oh, it sounded like she had rodent damage.
Could be.
Would it cost that much?
It
You have
could.
rodent damage to have
I mean,
that
if she
thousands of
yeah, but
dollars?
some of it has nothing, like the brakes and stuff don't have anything to do with that. Hey, Suze.
Yeah, that's true.
I tried to post something to the radio show calendar, and it didn't show me as an option. I really don't know why.
Huh?
Yeah, I can't. When I go to make a
You
new
mean you
appointment-
tried?
Yeah, when I'm at
Yeah,
Troubleshooter.com.
I saw it. It was on your personal calendar.
Yes, that's right. So when I edit it, and you know how you can drop down a different calendar, right? Well, mine only doesn't show as a choice radio show. Did I get taken off that by mistake or what?
I can't imagine. I don't even know how to take people off, but let me look real quick.
Well, okay, maybe I can grab myself.
Maybe you don't have the radio show calendar like checked so you can see it.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
It's not even a choice.
Okay, like if I go to your appointment and I want to I can copy it to the radio show calendar.
Really? Okay.
Like
so
your
how do you
Thursday
do that?
appointment.
Tell me how you do it.
Okay, are you on your phone or?
No, I'm on the computer. So you click on the thing, like the port thing, right?
Let me. Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
So you click on it, and then you go to the drop-down calendar, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to go on it right now. And then, okay, when you click on it, you see the 3 dots.
Hold on here.
There's edit, there's delete, and then there's 3 dots.
Yes.
If you hit the 3 dots, you could put copy to radio show calendar. Mark can't, but you should be able to.
Mine simply says copy to Tom's calendar, which it is already. So I didn't even know why it says that.
Yeah, Mark has that option. Yours doesn't allow you to copy to. That's so strange. Mark says it's because you're on a Mac.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Mark can't copy to the radio show Let me look. I mean, maybe there's something I can do about it, but I don't think so.
Maybe I'm not subscribed to it. Wait a minute. Hold on.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe you weren't subscribed to it.
I'm looking now. I don't even have a choice. Hold on.
My calendars.
It says other calendars. Hold on. Oh, okay, there it is. Hold on. Now, radio show calendar is on there. The calendar settings. Hold on. I see it here. Let me just say calendar settings.
He found it.
Yeah, now I think, let me see, because I had the eyeball checked. So let me see. Yeah. I'm back. I can
10
do that.
seconds.
So I'm going to change these to the radio show
Free
calendar.
advisors,
Not my
TrajanWealth.com.
appointments, but the note that I'm
630 KHOW.
An iHeartRadio station. I'll do all of that. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Okay, so Lori, Kevin Calkins with us, our expert, SheridanAutotech.com. Lori took her Ford Escape to Groove, and they came up, her engine light was on. They came up with $8,000 worth of suggestions for 13 items. And I said, could you tell us what those items were? And I want Kevin to listen. So they came up, they've had it 9 days, right?
Yeah, 9 days. And today's the first day of
tell us
information.
very slowly. Tell us the 13 items.
Okay, they have brake job front, replace job, wrong rotors installed on vehicles, too small, and pads overlap rotors. $925.81.
Keep going.
Brake flush. Okay. Brake flush, $199.95.
Okay. Go
Motor
past the
mount
brakes
front,
now.
there's a
Let's
part-
just suffice it to say brakes. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Okay, motor mount front, wrong mount, worn, leaking, 405.77.
Okay,
Battery
keep going.
replacement,
Battery.
371.66.
Got it.
Oil pressure sending unit replacement, $745.95.
Wait. What is that?
EFI
Oil sender?
Service, $240.
Oil pressure. Got it. Okay.
Oil pressure sending unit replacement.
Yeah.
EFI cleaning service, $249.95. Spark plug replacement. They don't tell me how many spark plugs. They just said that it's $378.71.
Keep going.
Transmission flush, $399.95.
How many miles on this car?
Possible 96,000 miles.
And have you had regular
And it's been
maintenance
serviced
done to it?
regularly. Yes, that's correct. And I have all the maintenance records.
You've had regular maintenance at Groove
also
Ford
on-
done?
No. It was done through different.
How often do
entities,
you
but
go
they
in for
all
service?
report back to Carfax.
How often do you go in for service?
Before the the number or the date, by the time of the number or the date, number of miles driven or the date.
Okay.
To have the next oil change.
No, I got
or
it. I
if
got
the
it.
light comes on.
No, I get it. Okay. So, okay, because all of this, you know, I don't even know what they mean wrong brakes, but it could be. And then they said, yeah, wrong brakes. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, this is service.
Huh? And then they said,
Yeah, I know. Most of this is service.
Brakes, motor mount, battery, oil pressure sender. By the way, I believe you want to know what caused the engine light. Keep going. So what I'm hearing now is brakes.
Yeah, that's
brakes, motor mount, battery, oil pressure sender, spark plugs, transmission flush. What else?
A thermostat housing replacement, possible coolant leak. And then there's it doesn't say what it is, it just has the part number. It says lower shield damage. That's $397.22. Then
what was that? What was that for? That
ambient
a lower shield.
Lower shield damage, but it just has the part number. It doesn't say
what else? Keep going.
Part is. Okay, and thermostat housing.
Yeah, I got
replacement,
that.
possible coolant leak, $1,571.22. Possible. Okay. The check engine light default, they think it's the auxiliary. This is what the light is. Auxiliary coolant pump intermittent sticking, $489.90. They say that is part of the light coming on.
Right.
And also ambient air temperature air charge cooler sensor wiring has rodent damage.
Okay.
And that's 12.
Now, here's what I want you to do. Is your car drivable?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, are they going to charge you if you want to just pick it up and say, I don't want any of it done?
Yes.
What are they going to charge?
Me to get it.
What are they going to charge? What are they going to charge?
$229.95 to get my key in my car. Also put a mechanic's lane.
Wait a minute. So they want to charge you $220. Please let me ask the question. I got to get this out. How much if you want to pick it up today?
Yes. $229.95. And the cost of that, they're putting for a primary diagnostic, which I've been asking.
Okay. Hold on. That's not unreasonable. Listen, I want you to take, if you pay for that, I want you to pay for it, and I want you to get the list, and I want you to go to Sheridan Auto. I want you to go to Sheridan Auto Tech.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I would not get it done there. I would absolutely. I'm not telling you you don't need it.
I just want my car.
But you need to get these items looked at, because if in fact I want him to verify what you really need and what you don't need, and then you decide what to do.
Sure,
and we won't charge you for that.
He won't even charge you for that. But Lori,
Sheridan Auto Tech.
Nope.
Yeah. Where are you located generally?
Castle Rock, but I will come.
It's okay. But you still need to go there, no matter what, because look, you just need to go there, and this is honest and good assessment, and then we'll report. And it's on Wadsworth. It's on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. You can get the exact address when you call them. 303-455-7242.
Okay, hold on.
$303-455-7242. Kachina, make sure she gets that off the air. Kevin, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We really need to do that. Okay. So, Kevin, I appreciate this. Kevin Calkin, 303. And remember, they're good, honest people. They can even handle the rodent damage, the electrical damage. 303-455-7242.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Some good news on the south end of town. I-25 northbound, a recent crash approaching Hampton Avenue has been all cleared up. Still seeing some busy traffic back from Arapahoe Road, about a 5-minute delay there. South of there, an accident cleared C470 eastbound at Ken Carroll Road, and otherwise a beautiful drive throughout the Denver Metro. I-25 otherwise flowing free through town, I-70 east and westbound, easy driving to and from BIA this afternoon. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Download the Lowe's app to get their home improvement playbook in your hands so you can get their team's expertise anytime.
You know, Vesta TurnKey is a system to become a landlord. And you can become a landlord without the conventional hassles. Here's how they work. What they do is they put you into a property through Barry Miller and his team. They research a market for rental properties. They help you buy a rental property. Then they help you manage that rental property and avoid all of the normal pitfalls and then sell the property. So they put you in, put you out, sometimes 2-3 years tops. They have made 30 to 80% returns for people, and you own the property individually. It is not a pooled investment, but they help you and counsel you through the whole thing. If you're interested, check them out. MyBiggestReturn.com, 303-888-3788. Now, part of my Wave 8 wealth management is I am putting together some groups for that, for those who don't want to go direct and do the whole thing, but it's always better to go direct. But I also want to tell you something, and I mean this. I have assembled a team of experts, a small team that are devoting themselves to service. That's what we do. And service, I started it out for myself. I did not like financial advisors. So I did it for myself. And there's a reason financial advisors try to sell you things, or they're middlemen. And I put together a different model where we individually help everyone with their portfolio, customized to them, personal, involved, interactive. If you want that kind of service, or at least talk to us, it's 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. It's Wave 8, the number 8, capital.com.
Hi, I'm Jordan Chavez with 9 News. What is
Tommy.
Yes, sir.
We're going to split. You got it?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll be in touch, man.
I'll probably be,
Hey,
most
Mark,
likely I'll be in studio tomorrow.
Wait a minute. Ernie, is he calling about, American Restoration? What am I doing about that one? Honest to God.
The bottom line is, I think his daughter's got power of attorney, and I think they owe the money. No matter what, I think they owe the money.
Okay, what is he saying they did wrong?
Basically, it boils down to this. So the insurance claim, I'm totally making numbers up. The insurance claim's $100. He did $70 worth of that $100 on the water damage or whatever, and then Ernie wanted some other stuff done for the remainder. The daughter doesn't want to pay the remainder because some of it wasn't done. Ernie moved around the insurance money to pay for other stuff he wanted done. Does that make sense?
But was the stuff done or not?
The stuff was definitely done, but some of the insurance stuff wasn't done in lieu of that. In other words, if I get $1,000 claim because my fence was blown down and I use it to put new doors in my house.
Would you be able to stick just for that call, or do you have to run? If you do, I understand.
No, I can stick for that call, but I have not talked to the doctor. The only person, or the doctor, I haven't, the only person I've talked to is, Rock on it.
Well, I know, but...
He wanted to actually talk to Brad O'Brien.
Yeah, he can, but...
Oh, well, I mean, maybe he's not calling for that at all then.
He says a basement problem.
But yeah, the answer is this. I'll hang when we go back. If I find out it's got nothing to do with it, I'm out.
Okay.
No problem with that. We're going to play pickleball. Now that there's a tech oligarchy in the United States. You knew that, right, Tom?
Who is that? Oh, yeah. Of course, it is our buddy, my personal friend.
Now, no one thinks of our own governor here that's got more money than any other governor in the country, but it's all right. That's different because he's on the other side of he's on the other team. I think by the end of the Trump administration, people are going to be extremely happy no matter what side of the aisle they were on. It's going to be a big kumbaya moment. In fact, everybody's going to hold hands across the U.S. singing kumbaya in unison. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya.
He's losing it, people.
Come on, Brad O'Brien, join in with me. Kumbaya, my Lord.
He did say the end of the Trump
Kumbaya.
People will be celebrating at that point.
10 seconds, guys.
We'll see you there. Triple J Armory, your hometown gun store. Take an aim at tradition. Locations in Colorado Springs and Littleton.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Ernie, what's going on with you, Ernie? What can we do?
Tom, you remember you called me. You were on your way. You said you were going to call dude. What's his name? Rod?
Yes,
Did you ever call
American Restoration. I talked to him at detail, and I thought Mark had handled this with you guys. Let me explain this in a nutshell. Let me just explain it real quick. You had a water loss at your home, is that right?
Yes, he said I have. He went in and he taken all the.
Ernie, you had a water loss at your home. What happened?
Well, what happened is he done a demolition and it's still there.
Ernie, I'm asking what happened. Okay, Ernie, please. This is very complicated, and we did look into it. Okay, you had a water loss. Is that what first caused you to call American Restoration?
Well, I had some damage to my roof. I don't know if it's water. Yes.
Okay. You got paid from insurance for a certain amount of water loss. Is that right?
Well, that's where the complication is.
Yes. And they did, wait a minute. They did absolutely everything you asked them to do, but they did not finish the job because you ran out of insurance money. Mark, can you continue this?
Well, I'm pretty sure that's where it's at, but Ernie, I haven't really talked to you about it. I talked to Rock about it. I mean, honestly, if you had to sum it up in a sentence, what's going on?
Well, what's going on? He came in and he looked at the damage and he said it was caused by water and mold, and he was going to tear down all the.
Did he get in touch with your insurance?
Right.
And then did he do the work? Did he clean everything up?
No.
So what didn't he do?
Well, he got all the God, man, I'm so sorry, Mark. I'm so excited, and this thing is going on.
But Ernie, here's my understanding of it. Let me just put this out there, then maybe this will be a good starting point for you. My understanding is, and I don't know the numbers, but let's pretend your insurance claim was $10,000, a total made-up number. Rock came in and did work up to the point of what he was going to get paid for at $10,000. Some of the work that was included in that amount, instead of doing that work, he did other work for you that the insurance company was not going to pay for. Is that correct or incorrect?
That's incorrect.
Okay, here's what Tom, this is going to be just too hard to do on the air. What I would really like to do is have like Dimitri or Deputy Bo or Deputy Doc to call up, and it's going to take about an hour-long conversation with him to figure out.
I think Dimitri, or actually Bo would be perfect for that. Actually, Bo, do you want to do it?
Yes, I'm happy to give Ernie a call and get to the bottom of this and get it straightened out.
Let me explain what I think is going on. Ernie is basically saying that American Restoration got paid in full and did not complete the job. If I had to summarize it, is that it, Ernie? They got paid in full and did not complete the job. Is that right?
That's the way I look at it, right?
Okay, good.
Well, hold on. Wait. No, there's a big important part there, though. I want to understand, since we're on the air right now. Did they literally get paid in full, or are you guys withholding some payment?
We didn't. We are withholding the check. We signed it.
That's
Ernie,
what I'm saying. This thing's so convoluted.
Mark, let me handle this real quick. Ernie, how much money are you withholding?
The check is for $17,000.
Okay, you're withholding 17. Okay, hold on. Here's what I need to know. How much have they been paid so far?
Nothing.
So, American Restoration has not been paid a dime.
No, not by me, no.
How about your insurance? Did your insurance pay them directly?
No, they sent a check that has to be signed by me and them.
Okay, then my next question. Why do you feel, Ernie, they haven't earned a dime? Why do you feel that?
I don't feel that.
Then why haven't you paid? Why haven't they been? Ernie, really, I need you to truly answer my question. Why haven't you paid them anything?
Because there's no partial payment thing I can do.
Okay.
What they sent to check.
Here's what I want to know, Ernie.
I think
Ernie, you got paid $17,000 from your insurance. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you're not
okay. $17,000.
That's a yes or no. Yes. Now you're not paying American Restoration because you believe they did not do $17,000 worth of work, right?
Tom, here's what you got to understand. I am legally blind. I can't see. My daughter has she has to sign my checks. She's a power attorney.
Ernie, listen, I understand, sir. I love you. You've been listening to me for years, but I need to get this out. You have not paid them $17,000 because you believe they have not yet earned the entire $17,000. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, here's what I want to know. By your estimation only, nothing else but your opinion, how much have they earned so far?
Probably a third of that.
What have they done so far?
They came in and my basement has it's finished. It was partly finished. It had
I want to know what they did, Ernie, I'm going to keep you on track. I need to know, what did they do so far?
They brought a crew in, and they took out all they stripped the whole basement, most of it, down and hauled out. They call it the demolition part.
Okay. Then what?
And then they said they couldn't complete it because they needed to. I don't know if they were going to ask the insurance for more money, but they had said the electrical part needed to be done, and they couldn't they had to get. What I understood was is they had to get permission from the insurance company to pay the additional. The electrical company says that they need it. They can't complete the job until the electrical part is done.
Okay. And what about that? Is that true?
Right. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, got it. Okay.
I think we get Rock on tomorrow, Tom.
Hold on. So they said they could not complete it because it needed additional electrical work and probably more money, right?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. So now, hold on. So you're withholding the 17,000 because you do not believe you're withholding the 17,000 because you do not believe they've done $17,000 worth of work. In your estimation, they've done about $5,500 in work.
That's just a conversational piece. Like I said, I don't know.
We're going to have that conversation. You've told us a lot. I appreciate it, Ernie. I understand your concern. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Bo, I want you to contact American Restoration. I know Rock was quite frustrated, and he was trying to work with Mark. We need to get details, okay? And then we need to spell it out here. I do not think that American Restoration will purposely cheat anyone. I don't know what's going on. I do know this. I do know that Ernie does not understand either. And I think we would love to talk to his daughter. That would be wonderful. I mean,
I call it done. I'll even go out to the job and look at it.
Thank you so much. So, Ernie,
that's
hang
the best
in there.
thing to do is look at the job.
Hang in there, and we'll talk about it. We got more coming up.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Jack in the Box.
Some good news on the south end of town. I-25 northbound, a recent crash approaching Hampton Avenue has been all cleared up. Still seeing some busy traffic back from Arapahoe Road, about a 5-minute delay there. South of there, an accident cleared C-470 eastbound at Ken Carroll Road, and otherwise a beautiful drive throughout the Denver Metro. I-25 otherwise flowing free through town. I-70 east and westbound, easy driving to and from TIA this afternoon. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Don't like to be told what to eat and when? Introducing the $5 all-day big deal meal at Jack in the Box. No matter the hour, you get to choose from 4 entrees and 5 tasty sides, plus a drink. So, do you get a burger, fry, and hash brown in the AM? At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
You know, I love talking about good people. Joe Lazara is one of them. He's a criminal defense attorney, and boy, does he help people out at their hour of need. The last thing you want to do is ever shop for a defense attorney for a DUI or anything else when you're under pressure. I don't know. Listen, I'm not going to sit in judgment of you, but what I'm going to tell you is this. If you need help, don't shop under pressure. And what Joe Lazara does is flat rate pricing. First of all, he does initial consultations complimentary and then flat rate pricing. If you need his help, I want you to give him a call. He's a good guy, and I've known him for many, many years. Joseph A. Lazara, Lazzara. He's on referralist.com, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200.
Bye.
Yes, sir. The mics are...
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replace the windows and doors, and have our word will treat you right at Done Right. Hi, I'm Tom Cicchini. You know, my dad started making that pledge in the radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to be treated. And isn't Dave too? Tom's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price. You want good service and timeliness of completion. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet, Todd. So So, folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen or bath, or the warmth and quiet of a place with windows, call us. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Conrad. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Right now, we could all use some extra cash, so why not visit David Ellis Jewelry to cash in your old useless tangled jewelry, coins, and anything else containing precious metals. He'll even buy your fine jewelry and diamonds. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I recommend David Ellis Jewelry because I've known David for years. I trust him. You can too. 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Lake. 303-322-8779. 322-8779.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may think we're going to do this. Developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to slow it down. Eye Survey is proven to slow GA progression. Eye Survey or avacincaptid pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Eye Survey can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Eye Survey may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Eye Survey today. Visit eyesurvey.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Regen Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Regen Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Regen Wealth. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
For the term beginning on the 20th day of January.
10 seconds here, Tom.
100 days. The most sweeping action and beyond in history on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Thank you, sir.
Talking.
Brad, I'm sorry. Yeah, he wasn't hearing me. Okay, sorry, Dragon. So Brad O'Brien, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. Okay, so basically, we've talked about every aspect of real estate today. I can't think of any. Going into a closing, do people need docs going over, and for what reasons? What have you found?
I frequently find mistakes in closing documents, like settlement statements, like closing figures that are just wrong. And that,
Really?
that can cost people real dollars at the very end.
You've actually seen this, and you will review documents. What does it take, a couple hours?
Yeah, hour or two to review closing documents.
It's well worth it, folks. And that's Brad O'Brien. He's on our referral list at referralist.com. It's O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. Remember, save all your problems for me.
All right, you're clear, buddy.
Follow
See ya.
at Real Tom Martino.